Welcome back. Before we begin our spooky adventure tonight, remember to like the video, subscribe to the channel, and share this video with other horror enthusiasts to give us more motivation. I'd love to know where you're watching from and what time it is, so leave a comment below and cheer me on YouTube. I worked the night shift at a gas station in the middle of nowhere. One night a man walked in covered in blood, dragging a white cooler behind him. I did what you are supposed to do. I called 911. That is when my real problem started. If you are listening to this, there is a good chance you have stopped at a place like mine before. Maybe it was 2 in the morning on a long drive, and the GPS dropped you off at some lonely exit with a flickering open 24 hours sign and 3 half-broken pumps. Maybe you left your engine running, kept one hand on your keys, told yourself you would only be there for a minute. That was my whole world back then. Exit 23. One squat, ugly building sitting in a pool of yellow light off a black highway. During the day, it was just another gas station. At night, it felt like the only lit-up box for miles in any direction, humming and buzzing like an insect trap in the dark. People think the worst part of a job like that is boredom, and most nights, they are right. I would stand behind that scratched plexiglass, watching dust float in the fluorescent light, listening to the same 3 sounds over and over, the constant buzzing above my head, the low rumble of the refrigerators along the back wall, and the cheerful little ding of the door chime whenever someone came in. That sound used to mean nothing. A trucker wanting coffee. A drunk kid buying cigarettes with his brother's ID. A local coming in for cheap beer and lottery tickets. The kind of people you forget as soon as they walk back out into the night. On the night I am going to tell you about, the door chime rang exactly the same way it always did. Same ding, same echo in that empty store. But the man who walked in behind it is burned into my memory in a way I will never be able to scrub out. He filled the doorway, tall, broad shoulders, wearing a gray hoodie and sweatpants. At first, my brain tried to file him under normal late-night customer, just another guy passing through. I even glanced back down at the magazine in my hands, ready to go through the motions. Then I saw what he was dragging behind him. It was a white plastic cooler. The cheap kind you buy at Walmart for tailgates and fishing trips. Only this one had a smeared brown-red line along the bottom edge, like it had been resting in something wet and then dragged across concrete. Every time he pulled it forward, I heard this faint, sticky scrape on the tiles, like the sound your shoe makes when you step in something you do not want to track into your house. When he stepped fully under the lights, I realized it was not just the cooler. His hoodie was soaked. Not a little stain, not a nosebleed, not a cut on the hand. I am talking about huge splashes across his chest and sleeves, streaks down both arms, patches on his sweatpants. Some of it had dried into a dark, rusty crust. Some of it was still wet enough to shine. It was on his hands. It was on his jawline. It was on the side of his neck where it had dried into a cracked, flaking line. I wish I could tell you I did something smart in that moment. Hit a panic button, ran to the back, locked myself in the office. What I actually did was stand there with my mouth slightly open, staring at him like an idiot, trying to remember if there was any possible way this could still be paint. He caught me looking. Our eyes met. His didn't look wild or high or panicked. They looked bored, relaxed almost, like he was just another guy coming in for a six-pack on a Tuesday night and had forgotten he was wearing something embarrassing. He smiled at me, just a small, lazy curve of the mouth, and in this perfectly casual tone he said, "Relax, man. It's not my blood." That one sentence snapped something in my head, because if it was not his, then it had to be someone else's, and suddenly I was not standing in a gas station anymore. I was standing in the only lit-up box for miles alone with a man covered in somebody else's blood, dragging a cooler that was leaving a trail on my floor. Calling 911 felt like the one sane choice I still had. What I did not understand that night, standing under those buzzing lights with my heart pounding and my hand hovering over the phone, was that the second I dialed those 3 numbers, I stopped being a nobody behind a counter. I became a loose end. And the kind of people who fill coolers at 3 in the morning do not like loose ends. 1.1. The night I thought I left it behind, I am 32 now. When all of this happened, I was 25, broke and stupid in the way you can only really be in your mid-20s, when you still think bad things are something that happen to other people in other places. Not at a gas station off an exit you have driven past your whole life. Not to you. Right now, as I am typing this, I am sitting at a small, ugly laminate table in a 1-bedroom apartment in another state. The kind of place that comes with beige walls, popcorn ceilings, and carpet that already feels tired when you move in. My laptop is propped up on a stack of takeout menus. There is a half-empty mug of coffee next to me that went cold an hour ago, and I keep forgetting to either drink it or dump it out. I am writing this as a kind of email, I guess. I do not know if you will ever actually read it out loud on your channel, or if it will just sit in your inbox with the subject line "True Story from a Gas Station Night Shift" and a bunch of others. But I need to get it out of my head, and telling strangers feels safer than trying to explain it to anyone who actually knows me. The apartment is mostly quiet. That is part of the problem. From the kitchen behind me, I can hear the low hum of the refrigerator, a constant, cheap electric drone. Every couple of minutes, the compressor kicks a little harder, and there is this hollow clunk somewhere in the back panel, like it is trying to clear its throat. Out on the street below, a car passes now, and then tires hissing on wet asphalt. Somebody's bass rattles for a few seconds and fades. Above me, my upstairs neighbor walks back and forth slow, heavy steps across creaking floorboards. There is this tiny, almost polite click every time the baseboard heater under the window cycles on or off metal, expanding and cooling. Those sounds probably do not mean much to you. To me, they are like pressure points, little fingers pressing down on parts of my brain that never healed right. The hum, the footsteps, the clicks, they do not take me back to my childhood or some cozy memory. They drag me right back to the glass box at exit 23 under dead bugs and fluorescent lights, where I thought I was just killing time for $8 an hour. I used to jump when I heard the door chime at the station, that stupid, cheerful ding we had wired over the entrance. I still jump now if I am in a 7-Eleven or a Dollar General and their chime happens to be the same pitch. It hits this cold place right under my ribs, like a hand reaching in. I avoid gas stations as much as I can. I fill up in the middle of the day at crowded places, and I don't go inside unless I absolutely have to. None of that made sense to anyone when I first tried to explain it. You just got attacked at work, they said. That would freak anybody out. Nobody understood that the attack was just the part you can put into a report. The rest was not really meant for reports. Back when it started, I was not thinking about any of this. All I was thinking about was my student loans and my overdraft fees. I had dropped out of community college after my second year when the money ran out, and the classes stopped feeling like they were leading anywhere. I moved back in with my mom for a while, then realized I was wasting both of our patience and scraped together enough to rent a tiny room over a barbershop. Jobs in our town were always the same 5 options on rotation: fast food, factory, retail, nights at the warehouse, nights at the gas station. The gas station looked like the least worst option. It was an independent place out on the highway, not a big brand name, just Hanson's Fuel and Mart in peeling blue letters on a sign that had been there longer than most of the customers. Exit 23 off I something. I will leave that vague on purpose. There was a little cluster of things there, a rundown motel with an ice machine that whined all night, a closed-down diner with plywood over the windows, and our station. During the day, it served farmers, delivery trucks, and people passing through. At night, it was mostly mine. The building itself was a single squat rectangle with yellowed glass windows and metal frames that had been painted too many times. A flickering neon open 24 hours sign buzzed in one corner of the front window, missing half the letters, so it read more like Pen 2 HURS. Out front were 3 pumps under a metal canopy that creaked when the wind picked up. The sodium vapor lights hanging from it made everything look jaundiced. Every flat surface under those lights was covered in a layer of tiny dead bugs and dust that never really went away, no matter how often you hosed it down. Inside, it was what you would probably expect: dingy linoleum floors with a gray pattern that was supposed to hide stains and failed. A row of glass front coolers along the back wall with beer soda and milk, their compressors humming constantly. An ancient coffee pot on a warm plate near the register, half full of a dark sludge that always smelled faintly burned, no matter how fresh you made it. Rows of chips and candy bars and jerky laid out in metal racks, packaging faded from the fluorescent glare. A little hot dog roller that almost never had hot dogs on it, just the greasy memory of them. Behind the main counter was a scratched plexiglass barrier that had been installed after an incident years back that nobody wanted to talk about. The register sat under it, along with a lottery machine and a jar of cheap pens with the station's name on them. On the ceiling, at a crooked angle, there was a single bullet-shaped security camera with a red light that flickered on and off when the air conditioner kicked in. It was aimed vaguely at the front door and the counter. There were supposed to be 3 more cameras. One for the pumps, one for the side lot, one for the back door that opened into the narrow alley behind the building. They had all broken some time ago. Cameras don't stop anybody, the owner would say, waving a hand like the idea offended him personally. They just cost me money. And who's gonna rob this place? We're too broke to bother. His name was Dale. He was in his 60s but looked 10 years older. Gray hair gone thin on top, gut hanging over his belt, cigarettes, and coffee seeping out of his pores. He was the kind of cheap only small business owners get when they've been slowly drowning for 20 years and refuse to admit it. The lights stayed on only because he watched the meter. The heater only went high enough to keep the pipes from freezing. And the cameras. The one that sort of worked was good enough. We had the same argument about once a week. I would mention something about cameras, or the fact that the deadbolt on the back door stuck half the time, or that the light over pump 3 had gone out again and somebody could hide there. He would grunt and say, "You want more safety? You find another job," and then forget we'd had that conversation and start it again a few days later, word for word. It was like arguing with a goldfish that smoked. Back then, the lack of security just felt like one more annoying thing in a life full of annoying things. Another item on the list of reasons I need to get out of here someday. I thought my biggest dangers were bored teenagers stealing beer and drunk guys yelling about lottery numbers. I thought I was just taking a boring job off exit 23. I did not know I was clocking in at the edge of something bigger, something that only ever wanted to be seen long enough to erase itself. If there had been one more camera in that building, or if Dale had cared enough to replace the broken ones, I honestly do not know if I would be alive, or if they would have let me stay alive. 1.2. Routine nightmares that used to be boring. Most nights started exactly the same way. That was the trap. I would pull into the lot around 10:35 p.m., my little car looking even sadder under the yellow lights than it did in daylight. Day shift would still be going, a couple of cars at the pumps, maybe one guy at the scratch-off display inside. I would sit there for a second, staring at the front windows, watching the neon signs sputter and steady, trying to convince myself I was just tired and not already dreading the next 8 hours. At 10:45, I would walk in the door chime, hitting my ears with that same too bright ding. The smell never changed, burned coffee spilled sugar fryer grease from the long dead hot food program that still haunted the place. Sheila, the day shift cashier, would be finishing up her drawer, her cigarette already tucked behind her ear for when she clocked out. We would trade the same lines. "How's it looking dead?" "You'll be fine." Sometimes Dale would be there too, hunched over a little plastic tray of quarters and dimes, counting out deposits, the tip of his tongue resting in the gap between his front teeth, like it helped him do the math. He would grumble about how many cases of beer sold on credit, or how many lottery players were one number away again, as if we were getting scammed by probability itself. "Coffee's low," he would say. "Trash out, backs full. Lock the bathroom after midnight. I do not want to deal with that again." I never got a clear answer on what that had been. Just a vague wave of his hand toward the restroom and a grimace. After the handoff, I would clock in on the ancient terminal in the back, listening to the beep and the clack of the keys. Then it was my kingdom until 7 a.m. There was a little checklist taped to the inside of the counter, yellowed and curled at the corners. Restock the chip aisle. Face the candy racks. Brew fresh coffee at midnight and again at 4. Mop the back room if it smelled off. I would make a round, locking the bathroom restocking shelves, dragging a new sleeve of styrofoam cups out of the storeroom. In the back, the air always felt cooler and damp, like the building was sweating. If I stood still long enough, I could hear the compressor for the walk-in cooler throbbing behind the wall, a constant metallic heartbeat. By 11:30, the last of the day's customers were usually gone. The motel next door would have a couple of rooms with the curtains half open and the bluish glow of TVs leaking out. Sometimes I could hear distant laughter or an argument in slurred voices. Then even that would fade, leaving just the passing trucks, every so often their headlights sliding across the walls like slow-moving searchlights before disappearing again. The boredom was its own animal. I spent a lot of time staring through a greasy plexiglass screen, flipping through the same free gas station magazines full of discount cigarettes and seasonal candy displays. I scrolled on my cracked phone until my eyes burned, bouncing between social media true crime videos and job listings I knew I would never apply for. The counter was always slightly sticky, no matter how much cleaner I used. There was a faint ring on the laminate where a coffee pot had sat in the past, and my wrist would find it without thinking. The sounds of the place filled in the spaces where thought should have been. The fluorescent lights overhead buzzed non-stop, a high, needling tone that I somehow stopped hearing and always heard at the same time. The lottery machine would beep at random, its screen flashing some promo nobody cared about. The coolers hummed along the back wall, fans spinning occasionally, hiccuping into a louder whir that made me glance up, thinking someone had walked in. Every 20 minutes or so, the old thermostat on the wall would click and the air conditioner would cough to life, blasting stale, slightly too cold air from the vents. It was quiet enough that when the door chime went off, it did not just sound loud. It felt like a hand slapping the back of my neck. Most nights that meant a trucker in a ball cap, hard lines around his eyes coming in for coffee that had been sitting too long, and gas station sandwiches wrapped in too much plastic. Or a local staggering in for a six-pack smelling like the last one. Or kids' eyes, too bright hands in their pockets asking for vapes without IDs and acting offended when I said no. I learned people's rhythms. There was the guy who always bought energy drinks at exactly 12:15 a.m. and never made eye contact. The woman who came in around 1 to buy cat food and cigarettes, hair up in a messy bun, pajama pants, tucked into boots. The older man who only ever bought lottery tickets and stared at the numbers like they were going to confess something to him. Every once in a while, there would be someone who sat just a little wrong in my head, the kind of borderline creepy you can explain away if you want to. A guy who stared a fraction too long without saying anything. A man whose hands shook slightly when he reached for his wallet, eyes darting to the parking lot and back. A drunk muttering to himself, standing too close to the counter, breath hot and sour through the holes in the plexiglass. Nothing I could not handle. Nothing I could not shrug off later as weird, but whatever. On some nights when it was especially slow and I had been there alone for hours, I would get the impression the building itself was breathing. It sounds stupid written down like this, but there was this rhythm to it, the AC kicking on the hum of the coolers rising and falling, the slight creak of the shelves settling the walls, clicking softly as the temperature shifted. If I stood in the middle of the store with my eyes closed, I could almost feel the air pulse against my skin, like the place was expanding and contracting around me. Little taps would come from the storage room sometimes. A faint tick on a metal shelf or a soft rustle like something brushing past a box. I told myself it was mice or pipes or the usual weirdness of old buildings. But there were moments, especially around 3 in the morning when the highway fell completely silent for a few minutes, that those small noises felt too deliberate. As if something just beyond my line of sight was idly touching the walls, reminding me I was not as alone as I thought. Dale always made a point of locking the back door himself before he left for the night. It had a heavy deadbolt that slid into a scarred metal frame with a solid thunk. If I ever forgot, he would chew me out the next day. "Do not leave that thing open," he would say. "We had some kids messing around back there once. Not doing that again." When I asked what messing around meant, he just looked past me and lit another cigarette. "Just keep it locked," he repeated. "This stretch of road attracts problems." He never explained what kind. There was a rumor that floated around town, mostly told by people who had never actually been out there at night. The story was that years ago they had found a body in the ditch a mile past exit 23. No ID, no plates on the car. It was supposedly in nothing that ever made the paper. Some people said it was a drifter. Others said it was a girl from the next town over who got into the wrong car. Depending on who you asked and how many beers they were in, the details changed. What stayed the same was the location. Out by the exit, in the dark. I did not put a lot of stock in it. Small towns collect stories like that and polish them until nobody remembers which parts were true. Still, every time my shift ended and I drove home with the sky just starting to pale, I would glance at the drainage ditch along the highway and imagine someone lying down there in the grass just out of sight. The station sat in that kind of space. Not really in town, not really out of it. Not important enough to have real security, not remote enough to feel abandoned. It was a little pocket of light in the middle of a lot of nothing. Things could happen there and not leave much of a trace if nobody wanted them to. There was one night, a month or two before everything really went wrong, that I thought was going to be my crazy story from the gas station. The one you tell at parties when someone mentions weird customers. It was around 2:30 in the morning. The lot was empty. I was behind the counter leaning on my elbows, half watching some dumb video on my phone. When I glanced up, there was a car parked way out by the edge of the property, not at the pumps, not in a spot near the door. Just sitting there under the one street light that never worked right. It was an old sedan, beat-up paint, dull and patchy. The engine was off. The windows were dark enough that I could not see if anyone was inside, but I had the sense that someone was watching. I waited for them to get out and come in. Nobody did. 5 minutes passed. 10. The car just sat there, angled slightly toward the pumps, like it had pulled in and then changed its mind halfway. I started to get that prickling feeling between my shoulder blades, like I had my back to an open door. I thought about calling the non-emergency number. I thought about stepping outside and shouting, "Hey, we closed the bathroom at midnight," just to see if anyone moved. Instead, I did nothing. I kept standing there, pretending to read a coupon flyer, my eyes flicking up every few seconds. After maybe 15 minutes, the brake lights flared red. The car started pulled out in a slow, easy arc and rolled back onto the highway without ever stopping at the pumps or the store. No screeching tires, no dramatic exit, just a quiet retreat into the dark. The next day, I checked the local news, half expecting to see a story about a robbery at another station or a wreck farther down the road. Nothing. Nobody seemed to have noticed that car but me. I told myself it was nothing. Just someone too tired to get out, or making a phone call, or fighting with themselves about whether to keep driving or turn back. I told myself that, and I believed it for a while. Later, looking back, I could picture the shape of that car clearer than some of the relatives at my own family reunions. The dent in the rear bumper, the way the license plate hung a little crooked, the tint on the back windows. I was almost certain I had seen something very close to it again when things were much, much worse. At the time, though, that was my creepy story about the night shift, a guy watching from the dark and then driving away. I would have killed to trade what really happened for that. 1. 3. The last normal shift. The night it finally happened did not feel special when it started. That is one of the things that still bothers me. There was no warning, no bad feeling sitting in my chest when I left my apartment. No strange dream the night before. It was just another weekday in the dead stretch of the year when nobody is traveling unless they have to. Tuesday or Wednesday, I honestly cannot remember which. The kind of night that blurs together with 100 others until something sharp cuts through it. The air had that early spring bite to it when I stepped out to my car. Not cold enough for snow, but cold enough that you see your breath once or twice and then it fades. The sky was clear, no clouds, no lightning on the horizon, just a dark bowl with a few stars stubborn enough to shine near the highway lights. The roads were dry. No storms, no fog, nothing dramatic. I drove the same route I always did, watching the empty lanes slide by. The town fell away, quickly turning into fields and patches of trees, then into that long, featureless stretch that led to exit 23. Every time my headlights hit one of the green metal signs announcing the exit, the white letters flashed back at me like a reminder that I had not managed to escape yet. By the time I pulled into the lot, it was around 10:40 p.m. There was almost no traffic on the highway. A single semi rolled past in the right lane, taillights glowing red and then shrinking into the distance. The motel next door had maybe 2 cars in front, one of them parked sideways like someone had given up on straightening it. The old diner was its usual dead boarded up self. Inside the station, it was the same tired little world waiting for me. Sheila handed over the register. Dale muttered something about the coffee filters being low, and then they were gone, their taillights joining the thin stream of vehicles out on the road. The first couple of hours of my shift were the standard pattern. A few late commuters stopping in to pee and buy gas. A local mechanic grabbing a 6-pack and a pack of smokes. A trucker who looked like he had not slept properly in a decade, filling a big insulated mug with coffee that I had already brewed twice that evening. Nothing memorable, just the slow erosion of my patience and the small talk that kept it from disappearing entirely. After midnight, the world shrank. There is a point sometime between 12 and 1 when the traffic drops off so suddenly, it feels like someone flipped a switch. 1 hour you can look out the window and see a steady flow of headlights on the highway. The next, it is just a dark ribbon with nothing moving on it at all. On some nights, that emptiness is almost peaceful. On others, it feels like the whole world went home without telling you. It was that second kind of night. Inside the station was too bright and too loud for how quiet it actually was. The overhead fluorescent lights buzzed constantly, a thin electric whine that pressed against the top of my skull. Every so often, one tube would flicker, stuttering from bright to dim and back, and I would have to resist the urge to throw something at it. Somewhere in the back, the ice machine would give a metallic clink as another crescent of ice dropped into the bin, followed by a hollow echo. About every 30 minutes, an 18-wheeler would pass on the highway, the sound reaching me as a distant low rumble that built and faded like waves. Sometimes the driver would tap the air brakes, and the hiss would cut through everything, making the glass on the front doors tremble just enough to catch the light. Between those trucks, there was nothing but the hum of the store and the soft hiss of the heater when it kicked in. In that kind of silence, every little noise gets amplified. The scrape of my shoe on the floor, the crinkle of a chip bag when I shifted it on the shelf, the tiny plastic click when I pressed a button on the lottery machine, and most of all, the ring of the door chime. During the day when the store was busy, that chime barely registered. It was just part of the noise. At 2 in the morning, when I had been alone for 40 minutes without seeing another human face, that cheerful little ding might as well have been someone firing a gun next to my head. I would flinch every time my body reacting before my brain caught up. At around 1:30, I decided I was hungry enough to risk the burritos. We kept a little freezer chest of hot case items that nobody with self-respect should eat after midnight. I fished out a plastic-wrapped burrito the size of my forearm, already frosted from how many times it had half-thawed and refrozen. I peeled the film back enough to keep it from exploding and stuck it in the microwave in the tiny back room. The microwave was older than I was. The door made a grinding sound when you shut it, and the timer knob stuck at random numbers. I twisted it to 200 and hit start. The machine hummed, light flickering inside like it was mimicking the overheads. I leaned against the counter, staring at the rotating shape inside like it held answers. When I pulled it out, the tortilla was lava hot on one end and still icy in the middle. I burned my tongue on the first bite and laughed under my breath. "Gas station gourmet," I said to nobody. My voice sounded too loud in that little room. Back at the register, I propped my elbows on the counter and pulled out my phone. The plexiglass in front of me reflected my face, faintly stretched and distorted. I thumbed through apps until muscle memory dragged me to the same true crime and horror channels I always watched. It felt like a joke then, listening to stories about murdered hitchhikers and creepy rest stops while I stood in an actual gas station at 2 in the morning. One of the videos was some guy talking about places you should never stop at night. I glanced up at the empty parking lot and snorted. "Too late," I muttered. At some point, I checked the digital clock on the lottery machine. 2:18 a.m. That was the time that stuck in my head. 2:18, and I still had almost 5 hours to go. The idea of standing in that same spot, breathing that same recycled air, listening to those same sounds for hours, made my shoulders ache. I thought about quitting. I had thought about it a lot lately. In my head, I traced a route out of this town. Maybe head south, find work somewhere warmer. Tell myself I would start over, get serious, finish school somewhere else. It was a nice fantasy, and like all my nice fantasies, it died the second I remembered my bank balance and the stack of unpaid bills on my kitchen counter. I looked out at the lot instead. There was one car parked near the edge, an old sedan I recognized from earlier in the night. The guy had come in around midnight, already half gone, buying a tall boy and a pack of peanuts. He had slurred something about just needing to sleep this off before I hit the road again, and I had nodded because at least he was not driving drunk. Now the car was dark engine off silhouette slumped in the driver's seat. I told myself that was a good sign, responsible even. The rest of the lot was empty. The pumps stood like blank metal tombstones under the canopy lights. The motel sign next door glowed weakly, one letter out. Out on the highway, nothing moved. No headlights, no brake lights. Just a strip of asphalt and the faint ghost of lane markers heading off into the dark. One of the fluorescent tubes above me flickered hard enough to catch my attention. I grabbed the broom we kept behind the counter, stepped out from behind the register, and reached up to tap the plastic diffuser with the handle. It was something Dale had always done, like you could physically scold the light into behaving. The tube buzzed, steadied, then went back to its usual high-pitched whine. I went back behind the counter, leaning on my fists, looking out at nothing. The station felt like a fishbowl, then me on display in a pool of light, everything else just dark glass. I remember thinking in a vague, exhausted way that if anything truly bad was going to happen to me in this life, it would probably happen here. In this ugly little box on some random night between Tuesday and Wednesday, while the rest of the world slept. I did not know I was right. When people ask me on the rare occasions I let anyone get close enough to ask what moment I replay in my head the most, it is not the hands on my throat. It is not the cooler. It is not even the rock through the window. It is the sound that came next. I remember the exact way it cut through everything. The buzzing lights, the humming fridges, the distant highway, none of it mattered when that one noise hit. The door chime rang, not as a friendly little beep announcing another sale, but like a fire alarm going off in a silent church. The ding was too sharp, too clean. It sliced the night in half. My head snapped up. My eyes went to the glass doors, expecting to see another trucker, another drunk, another tired local. Someone I could forget as soon as they left. That was the moment my life split into before and after. 2.1. He walked in like it was nothing. The door chime rang, and when I looked up, he was already halfway through the doorway. For a heartbeat, he did not register as anything special. Just a tall guy stepping into too bright light from the dark outside shoulders, hunched a little against the chill. He was black early 30s, if I had to guess, with the kind of build you get from years of real work or old sports injuries, broad across the chest arms, thick under a gray hoodie. Sweatpants, cheap sneakers, hood up. Normal. I had seen 100 versions of him come in for gas cigarettes or caffeine. My brain filed him under late-night customer and started to slide away, ready to hit the same autopilot I used on everyone else. I think that is the only reason I remember the exact order the details clicked into place. First, I saw the cooler. He was dragging it behind him, with his right hand, the handle extended, and pulled at an angle that made the plastic groan in protest. It was one of those white igloo-style coolers with a red strip around the middle, the kind you'd take to a barbecue or toss in the back of a boat. It had scuff marks along the sides, dirt streaks, a cracked corner that had turned a faint yellow with age. The wheels did not roll. Either they were broken or whatever was inside it was too heavy. Instead of gliding, it scraped. Every time he pulled it forward, the bottom edge grated over the tile with a sound like someone slowly dragging a cinder block across a kitchen floor. Shurp, shurp, shurp. The handle creaked with each pull, plastic flexing the little joints inside, complaining. At first, that was all I focused on. The sound, the weight, the way he had to lean his arm a little to keep it from tipping. It bothered me in a small, distant way, like hearing someone grind their fork against a plate. Then he stepped fully under the fluorescent lights, and the rest of him snapped into focus. His hoodie was gray, or at least it had been. The chest of it was covered in patches of dark red that had dried into stiff, jagged shapes, like someone had thrown a bucket of paint at him, and it had splashed, soaked, and then baked there. Some of the stains had a matte, almost black look crusted into the fabric. Others were fresher, still glossy, still damp enough that I saw the light catching on tiny, wet ridges. Both sleeves were streaked from elbow to cuff. Long smears where something had run or been wiped, turning the gray into a muddy war of red and brown. It was on his hands, too thick in the lines of his knuckles, darker around his nails, smeared over the backs like gloves he had forgotten to take off. His fingers tightened on the cooler handle, and I watched a thin thread of red stretch from his index finger to the plastic, and then snap, leaving a tiny, stringy curve behind. His sweatpants were not clean either. There were drops on his thighs near the pocket, more along the left shin, the splatters forming little halos where they had hit and spread. A few of those droplets were still wet enough to shine. One fat drop clung to the cuff of his pants and then fell, hitting the tile with a sound I should not have been able to hear, a small, obscene tick before it flattened into a dark spot. The cooler itself told the rest of the story. The white plastic along the bottom edge was smeared with the same reddish-brown stain, the color that blood turns when it has been soaking into something porous for a while. It wasn't uniform. It streaked up in finger-width lines like someone had grabbed it with dirty hands or something inside had leaked, and he had tried to wipe it away and failed. As he dragged it across the floor toward the aisles, he left a faint, wet trail behind. Not a big movie-style streak, just a thin, almost invisible sheen that caught the light at the right angle, a ghost of a line that led from the door into my store. My brain did what brains do when they are not ready to accept something. It offered alternatives. Paint. It could be paint. Maybe he worked nights somewhere painting sets or houses or a warehouse floor. Maybe it was fake blood from some prank or haunted house thing. Maybe he had lost a bet. People do stupid crap. People dress up. People record themselves doing weird stunts for the internet. It could be anything. Except it could not, and I knew it. The color was too right. That deep, dark, almost brown red with a dull shine. Paint does not dry like that on skin. It does not cling in clumps in the creases of your fingers. It does not seep into cotton and leave that particular halo pattern edges darker than the center. The smell hit me a second later. Not overpowering, God help me, if it had been strong I might have run. Just a thin metallic tang that slipped between the scents of burned coffee and cleaning chemicals. Iron sweat and something faintly sour underneath. Everything in me that had been relaxed 30 seconds earlier tensed at once. My shoulders, my jaw, even my scalp. I could feel my heartbeat in my throat. The weirdest part was how nothing else changed. The lights still buzzed overhead, a constant electric whine pressing in on the edges of my hearing. The refrigerators hummed along the back wall, fans spinning a bottle, clinking softly against another as the compressor kicked. Somewhere behind the counter, the lottery machine let out a random little beep like it was trying to keep up its end of a conversation. All of that kept going, but it felt distant, muffled, like I had just ducked my head underwater. There was a surreal pause inside me where everything waited to see what this man was going to do. He did not rush. He did not look panicked or drunk or high. His face, now that I could see it clearly, was calm in a way that made my stomach roll. Heavy-lidded eyes. Relaxed mouth. A hint of stubble along his jaw. If you had cropped the photo from the neck up, you would think guy waiting in line at a DMV, not guy who has been up to his elbows in something unspeakable. He walked like he had all the time in the world. Casual, almost bored, the cooler banging slightly against his heel when he misjudged the distance. I realized I was staring. Not just glancing and looking away, staring eyes locked on him like a rabbit tracking a hawk's shadow. I could feel my mouth hanging open a little, my lips dry, my tongue stuck to the roof of my mouth. I tried to make myself move, to speak, to do anything. He saw me. Our eyes met across the dull shine of the linoleum. For a split second, there was no expression in his face at all, just a blank slate with eyes pinned to me. Then the corner of his mouth lifted, just a faint, lazy little smile, as if we were in on some private joke together. When he spoke, his voice was low and smooth and perfectly calm. No slur, no tremor. "Relax, man," he said. "It's not my blood." If he had shouted, if he had come in screaming or crying or begging for help, I think I could have handled it. I could have hit the panic button, grabbed the phone, done all the things you tell yourself you will do in an emergency. It was that line in that tone that hollowed me out. He might as well have said, "Hey, can I get 20 on pump 2?" The words rolled out of him with that same offhand ease. He smiled as he said it, like he expected it to make me feel better. Like not being his blood made everything fine. My throat worked around a sound that never made it all the way out. There were 100 responses I could have given, nervous jokes, questions, anything, but my voice just failed. While I was failing to be a person, he kept moving. The cooler scraped along behind him, that awful sticky chirp marking every couple of feet. There was this extra note to it now, a wet, reluctant little schlup each time he pulled it over a particular spot on the tile, as if whatever was on the bottom was just barely tacky enough to drag. He walked past the candy aisle, past the chips, past the fridges full of soda, straight toward the cleaning supplies. It took my brain a second to register where exactly he had stopped. He reached up with his free hand and plucked a large bottle of bleach off the shelf. The good stuff, industrial strength, with a child-proof cap. He dropped it into a basket that had been sitting there abandoned by some earlier customer, as casual as if he were picking up milk. Then he grabbed a roll of those thick black contractor trash bags, the heavy-duty kind you use when you are not supposed to see through what you are throwing away. The cardboard crinkled briefly in his bloody fingers. Into the basket it went. Bleach, trash bags, just cleaning up. Something inside me curled up tight like it was trying to protect the soft parts. The normalcy of it, of him shopping, of him grabbing supplies with the same bored expression as any other customer, made the blood on his clothes 10 times louder in my head. He did not look back at me as he turned the cart around cooler, still dragging supplies rattling in the basket. To anyone glancing through the window from the highway, he would have looked like any other late-night regular picking up something he forgot earlier. To me, watching from behind the plexiglass, he looked like the punchline to a joke I had not heard the beginning of yet, and I already knew I was not going to like it. 2.2. The tooth on the counter. He did not say another word as he came toward the register. Just turned down the last aisle, the cooler scraping along behind him, and started collecting the rest of what he needed. From where I stood, I watched him move every step, feeling like a violation of the normal little routine I had built for myself in that place. He reached for things with the same easy, absent-minded motions I had seen on hundreds of customers before him. Bleach, first the big bottle, I had already watched him grab, balanced against his hip. Then a roll of heavy-duty black trash bags, edges of the cardboard box digging into his palm. A wide roll of silver duct tape pulled from a hook with a small plastic pop. A pack of blue nitrile gloves off the pegboard by the mops, the kind we rarely sold unless there was some kind of project going on. On his way back up the aisle, he snagged a cold bottle of water from the small cooler by the counter and a stick of beef jerky from the impulse display. Hydration and a snack. Cleaning supplies. It almost would have been funny if it was not covered in someone else's blood. When he reached the counter, he set everything down in a loose pile. The bottle rolled a little before settling. The bleach thunked solidly, the duct tape spun half a turn. The nitrile gloves slid against the laminate with a soft hiss. I picked up the barcode scanner and nearly dropped it. My hands were shaking so badly that the cord rattled against the side of the register. I tried to hide it by gripping the scanner harder, but that only made the tremor more obvious. Paper or plastic, I almost heard myself say out of sheer habit, but the words caught on my tongue and died there. He did not seem to notice, or if he did not care. Up close, the blood was worse. There were small, darker flecks on his neck where something had sprayed and dried in dots. A thin streak ran from just below his ear to his jawline, like someone had traced a line there with a dirty fingernail. His hands resting casually near the items were a mess of dried and tacky stains. The knuckles were stiff with it. The creases clogged, some of it flaking at the edges where it had begun to crack. I tried to focus on the items instead. Bleach, duct tape, trash bags, gloves, water, jerky, things I knew. Things that belonged in a gas station transaction. The scanner beeped loudly as I ran it over each barcode. Each beep sounded too bright in the quiet store, like a shout. Bleach, beep. Trash bags, beep. Duct tape, beep. Gloves, water, jerky. Beep, beep, beep. Behind him along the back wall, one of the cooler units kicked into a higher gear. The compressor roared a little, a deep rumble that vibrated through the floor and made the glass in the doors buzz. It sounded in that moment uncomfortably, like something large clearing its throat. I told him the total. My voice came out thin and higher than usual. He nodded once, like I had just confirmed what he already knew, and reached into the front pocket of his hoodie. It happened in the space of a second, but I can replay it frame by frame. His hand went into the pocket, fingers disappearing into the dark, the sleeve of the hoodie pulling back a little, and revealing more of his wrist, more dark smears. There, more evidence that this was not some elaborate joke. His shoulders shifted as he fished around for his wallet or for cash. Then something small and hard bounced off the inside of the pocket, slipped past his fingers and fell. It hit the edge of the counter, ricocheted and rolled in a tiny arc toward me. The sound it made when it landed was wrong. Not the clink of a coin, not the clatter of a button or a key. It was a sharp, brittle, almost ceramic tick against the laminate. A little sound, but it landed like a hammer blow in my head. It came to a stop near my side of the plexiglass, spinning once before settling. I knew what it was before my conscious mind put the word to it. Some old part of my brain recognized the shape, the color, the way it sat on the surface. It was a tooth. Human. It was not the pristine white you see in toothpaste commercials. It was slightly yellowed, the enamel darkened in tiny grooves from years of coffee or cigarettes or just life. There was a faint hairline crack running along one side so thin that you would only see it if you stared. The crown was smooth, the edges rounded from use, from chewing. At the root, there was a ring of dried blood, a ragged little collar of dark brown and faded red, crusted but still ugly, clinging to the places where gums had once held it. Worse than the blood was the thread of something pinkish white still stuck to it. A tiny shred of tissue like chewed meat clinging stubbornly to the root. It caught the light when it shifted moist at the base and dried at the end, a grotesque little tail. I could not look away. My hand went slack on the scanner, my other hand freezing halfway toward the buttons on the register. The entire world narrowed down to that one tooth sitting on the counter between us, a piece of somebody's mouth transformed into loose change. The buzzing lights, the humming coolers, the far-off rumble of a truck passing outside, they all dropped away, muffled and distant. All I could hear was my own pulse and the faint rustle of fabric as he moved. He followed my gaze, saw what I was staring at, and smiled. Not a big grin. Not shocked or embarrassed or annoyed. Just that same lazy, almost amused little curve of his mouth, like he had dropped a quarter and not an actual part of another human being. He reached out with 2 fingers, thumb and index stained and cracked with blood, and picked the tooth up. For a second he held it up between us, turning it just enough that the overhead light flashed off the enamel. It looked so small in his hand, so breakable. He did not apologize. He did not make a joke. He did not say anything at all. He just slipped it back into his hoodie pocket like it really was a coin or a key or some lucky charm he had almost lost. My stomach lurched. Bile burned the back of my throat. I had to clamp my jaw shut to keep from gagging. Some detached part of me thought wildly, he has more of them. That is why losing one doesn't bother him. He has more. He finally pulled out a wad of cash. The bills were folded together, edges soft from use. When he handed them across, they brushed against my fingers. The paper was slightly damp, faintly sticky, like somebody had spilled soda on it, and let it dry, only the smell that went with it was not sweet. There was a reddish smear across the face of one of the 20s. It spread over the president's eyes like a blindfold. For a split second, every instinct in me screamed to not touch it, to push it back toward him, to tell him to keep it, to say that nothing in that store was worth accepting that money. That touching it made me complicit in something. But 8 years of that will be cash or card, and do you have a rewards number with us, had built their own reflexes. My thumb and forefinger pinched the bills, my other hand automatically pulled the drawer open. Customer service overrode survival in one smooth, treacherous motion. I shoved the money into the till, trying not to see the red streak stand out against the edges of the other bills. My hands moved through the routine like they belonged to someone else. Find the change. Count it out. Close the drawer. Do you need a bag? I heard myself ask absurdly. He nodded once. I grabbed a plastic sack from the dispenser. The rustle of the bag sounded far too loud as I opened it. When he took it from me, his fingers slid over mine, leaving the faintest, tacky drag on my skin where dried blood caught at the ridges of my fingerprints. His eyes met mine again briefly. Up close like that, they were not wide or wild. They were not darting around or glassy. They were just flat. Brown irises, dark pupils, lids relaxed. Like he was on autopilot running some script he had rehearsed a few times already. That was maybe the worst part. His clothes and hands screamed horror. His eyes said he was just picking up stuff at the store. He gathered his bag, reached back for the cooler handle and turned. The cooler tilted for a moment as he angled it around wheels, still refusing to roll, then settled roughly back on the floor. As he started to drag it toward the door, the edge of the cooler clipped the corner of a low cardboard display of snack cakes I had set up earlier that night. The display wobbled its top flap, crunching inward with a soft crunch of cardboard. The lid of the cooler jostled open a few inches. It was fast. A bump, a brief gape, then the weight inside thudding against the underside of the lid and pushing it closed again. If I had blinked, I would have missed it. I did not blink. In that tiny gap under the sickly fluorescent light, I saw something white and curved inside. Not a bag of ice, not loose cans. White smooth, rounded in a way that was horribly familiar. The edge of it caught the light with a slick gleam like it was wet. It looked like the rounded side of a skull, just the outer curve, the part that would be against the world when the rest of the head was turned away. There was dark liquid pooled around it, clinging, sloshing slightly as the cooler moved. Next to it for a second, I glimpsed the corner of a black trash bag, plastic crinkled and bunched, as if tied tight around something. Then the lid slammed shut with a dull thunk as the cooler settled back into place. He did not look down. He did not notice, or he did, and it did not matter. Without another word, he dragged the cooler the rest of the way across the floor, each pull leaving the faintest suggestion of moisture in its wake, and pushed the door open with his shoulder. The chime over it gave one last bright little ding, cheerful and oblivious. And then he was outside under the yellow lights again, moving toward whatever came next, leaving me alone with the hum of the refrigerators, the smear of red on the money in the drawer, and the memory of a tooth clicking on my counter. 2.3. The call that should have saved me. When the door swung shut behind him and the chime gave that last cheerful ding, I did not move. I stood there with my hands still hovering over the register, staring at the space he had just walked through. The store felt wrong. The air felt thicker, like whatever he had brought in with him had not left yet. On the floor, the trail his cooler had left glistened faintly where the tiles caught the light. It was not a dramatic river of red, nothing like what you see in movies. Just a faint smeared path of diluted blood and whatever else had been on the bottom of that plastic. It ran from where he had first come in, past the candy racks around the end cap all the way to the door. Little places where the edge had bumped and left a more obvious mark. A tiny drip near the counter where something had shaken loose. I followed it with my eyes to the glass doors. Outside, under the yellow wash of the canopy lights, he was a darker shape moving against the pale concrete. The cooler sat now at the back of a dark SUV in one of the middle parking spots. The vehicle was one of those older models that all look the same after a while. Dark blue or black dull paint rear windows tinted so dark they almost reflected instead of revealing. The back hatch was open, a black mouth waiting. He lifted the cooler with both hands, this time muscles tightening under the ruined hoodie, and heaved it up into the cargo space. Even from inside, I could see the way his arms strained just a little with the weight. The lid bounced once, then settled. He reached in and adjusted something, but from my angle I could not tell what. I remember thinking stupidly, he is really going to just drive away. That was it. That just happened. He slammed the hatch shut. The sound came through the glass as a dull, distant whoomp that still made me flinch. Then he walked around to the driver's side door, opened it, and slid in without looking back at the store. My heart was pounding so hard my chest hurt. My palms were slick with sweat. I felt like my body had been holding still for a year and all my muscles were waking up at once. This was the part where you are supposed to do something. There were two voices in my head fighting for space. One of them was quiet but firm, the voice you hear in middle school safety assemblies and true crime podcast intros. Call 911. Somebody is hurt. Somebody might still be alive. You are the only one who saw him. If you don't call, nobody will. The other voice was louder and meaner and spoke in memories instead of words. Stories you hear growing up about people who snitched and ended up in the wrong part of a ditch. Rumors about guys getting beaten half to death for testifying. The way my uncle used to say, if you see something you do not want to be part of, you turn around and walk the other way. You mind your business. That's how you stay breathing. That voice was telling me you are alone in a glass box in the middle of nowhere. He has a car. He has a cooler full of God knows what. You will not even hear him coming back if he decides you are a problem. I thought about the tooth clicking on my counter, the little ring of dried blood at its root. the thread of tissue hanging off of it, like something that had not wanted to let go. I saw again in my head that glimpse inside the cooler. The curve of white bone slick with dark liquid bumping against the black plastic of a trash bag, disappearing as the lid slammed shut. The metallic tang in the air, the dampness on the money, the smear of red across the president's face. Call the sane part of me said. Shut up and forget the scared part snapped back. For a few seconds, I really did not know which one was going to win. Then I thought about the fact that somewhere not that far away, someone might be missing a tooth in their skull, or missing their entire skull. Someone who had not gotten the chance to decide whether to look away or not. My hand moved before I could talk myself out of it. I stepped out from behind the counter legs, shaky, went to the door, and turned the deadbolt with a solid metallic chunk. The sound was louder than it had any right to be. The glass trembled in the frame. I tested the handle locked. Then I went back behind the register, reached for the old beige landline mounted on the wall, and snatched it off the hook. My fingers slipped on the receiver. I had to wipe my palm on my jeans before I could get a proper grip. I dialed 911. Each button gave a soft, plastic click that sounded like a gunshot. For a second, all I could hear was my own breathing in the line. Then the call connected, and a calm female voice came on. 911, what's your emergency? Hearing someone on the other end almost undid me. My throat closed up. What the hell was I supposed to say? Hi, I just sold bleach and trash bags to a guy carrying a skull in a cooler. I swallowed hard. My voice came out sounding like it belonged to somebody else. Yeah, hi. This is Hanson's Fuel and Mart off exit 23 on route. I rattled off the highway number and address automatically the way Dale had drilled into us. I think something really bad just happened here. Or is about to happen. I'm not sure. The operator's tone did not change. If anything, she sounded even steadier. Okay, I've got your location. Can you tell me exactly what you saw? I forced myself to look out through the glass as I spoke, one hand, gripping the counter so tightly my knuckles hurt. The SUV's taillights glowed red in the lot for a moment, then dimmed as the engine started. This guy, he came in a few minutes ago, I said. Tall, black male, early 30s, maybe athletic build. Gray hoodie, gray sweatpants, white sneakers. He was covered in blood, like all over. Chest sleeves, hands, pants. Some of it was dry, some of it was still wet. He was dragging a white cooler igloo type with wheels that weren't working. The bottom was smeared with blood, and it was leaving a trail. I heard my own breath rasping in the receiver. Every inhale sounded too loud, like it was right in my ear. Okay, she said. You're doing good. Did he say anything to you? He told me to relax, said it wasn't his blood. The words felt stupid and surreal coming out of my mouth. He bought bleach-heavy trash bags, duct tape gloves. There was something fell out of his pocket. It was a tooth. A human tooth, I'm pretty sure. With blood on it. He put it back like it was nothing. I squeezed my eyes shut for a second, saw the tooth again anyway. All right, the dispatcher said. I could hear her typing. Can you describe the vehicle he left in? I swallowed again, throat tight. Dark SUV, I said. Older model, maybe a Ford or a Chevy. I don't know, I'm not great with cars. Dark blue or black. Tinted windows. He loaded the cooler into the back. I got part of the license plate when he was pulling in earlier. I racked my brain picturing the metal plate and the way my eyes had skimmed it out of habit. 3 letters I managed. K, L, something. And then 6 to 2. I'm sorry, I know that's not great. It's okay, she said. Every bit helps. We've got units in the area. I'm putting out a bolo now. Is he still on the premises? I looked up. The SUV was backing out of the parking lot, brake lights bright, then dim as it straightened and pulled toward the exit. He's leaving now, I said. He's turning right toward the highway. I watched the vehicle roll toward the road and disappear beyond the edge of my view. For a few seconds, I could see the glow of its headlights sweep across the trees, then even that was gone. The store was suddenly impossibly quiet. The hum of the refrigerators seemed to fall away. The buzz of the lights overhead faded to a high tinnitus whine. All that was left in my ears was my own breathing and the faint rustle of the phone cord where my hand shook. I realized I was hunched over the counter, gripping the receiver like it was the only thing keeping me from falling. My pulse thudded in my fingertips. Behind me, one of the big cooler compressors kicked on. The noise rolled through the store as a deep, uneven rumble with a little shudder at the beginning that sounded too much like a growl. The lights flickered once briefly, then steadied again, humming louder for a second, like an angry insect trapped in a glass jar. "Sir, are you alone in the store right now?" the dispatcher asked. "Yes," I said. My voice cracked on the word. I cleared my throat. "Yes." I locked the door after he left. "Good," she said. "Stay inside. Do not unlock the doors for anyone except law enforcement. Officers are being dispatched to your location. I need you to stay on the line with me, okay? If anything changes, if he comes back or you see that vehicle again, I want you to tell me immediately." The words "comes back" made my stomach twist. I stared out at the parking lot. All I could see were the gas pumps, the empty concrete, the rectangle of the highway beyond. No cars on the road, no movement. The drunk guy's old sedan still sat off to the side. Windows fogged, driver's silhouette slumped, oblivious to everything. For a long moment, nothing happened. Then far beyond the pumps, past the edge of the lot near the road, I thought I saw a pair of headlights moving. Slow, not rushing past like the trucks usually did. Just approaching. They were still far enough away that I could not tell if it was the same vehicle. Just two pale eyes in the dark, gliding along the asphalt, getting incrementally closer. "Sir," the dispatcher said, "are you still with me?" "Yes," I said, eyes locked on the glow. I think there's a car coming. I can't tell if I did not get to finish." The door chime exploded into the silence behind me. Ding! My whole body jolted. I spun around so fast the phone cord snapped taut and nearly yanked the receiver out of my hand. The door I knew I had locked stood open. He was standing in the doorway. Same hoodie, same sweatpants, same dried and wet blood staining every inch of him. But this time, there was no cooler in his hand. No handle dragging behind him. His hands were empty and flexing fingers opening and closing like he was trying to decide what to grab first. His eyes were not flat now. Whatever quiet, distant place he had been in before was gone. They were wide-focused, burning with something sharp and personal. Fury, bright and hot, locked directly onto me. He had come back, and from the look on his face, he knew exactly who I was talking to. 3.1. Caught in the act. For a second, my brain refused to connect the pieces. The door I knew I had locked was open. The chime had rung, and he was standing there inside the frame like he had just stepped out of a photograph I had been staring at for too long. My hand was still clamped around the phone. The dispatcher was saying something in my ear, her voice suddenly tinny and far away. Sir, I need you to tell me what's happening. Are you safe?" My mouth moved before my lungs remembered how to breathe. "He's back," I whispered. It came out so soft I do not even know if she heard it. He heard it. The man took one step inside and reached back with his free hand. He did not slam the door exactly, but he closed it with a weight that made the glass rattle in its frame. The chime over it gave a delayed, pathetic little ding that echoed around the empty store, way too bright and cheerful for what was standing underneath it. Up close again, he looked worse. The blood on his hoodie had darkened the fresher patches, now half dried into almost black stains that cracked when the fabric pulled. The chest of it was a map of overlapping splashes and smears, stiff and glossy in some places, matte and crusted in others. The sleeves looked thicker, caked, like the fabric had absorbed as much as it could and was now just carrying the rest on the surface. There were new streaks I did not remember seeing before, thin lines along the side of his neck, a swipe across his cheekbone. His hands hanging at his sides were a mess of dried and tacky red, the skin underneath invisible beneath clotted layers. I glanced down stupidly at his feet. I had not even registered his shoes before. Now I saw they were not sneakers at all, but dark work boots, the laces stained and the tread packed with grime. As he stepped forward onto the white-gray tile he left behind, faint reddish prints. Not bright red, not wet enough for that, but darker than road dirt, like whatever had soaked them had mixed with dust and dried there. Somewhere in the store, there was a faint drip. Just a single soft sound, like a thick drop of something letting go and hitting tile. It might have been my imagination. It might have been condensation from a cooler or a leak in the ceiling. But in that moment, my mind instantly pictured a line of fluid traveling down his sleeve and dropping from his wrist. His face was different now. Before, there had been that blank, distant quality to him. A kind of detachment I could almost pretend was shock. Now his jaw was clenched so tight I could see the muscles jumping under the skin. His nostrils flared with each breath. His eyes, which had been heavy-lidded and almost bored, were wide open and locked on me, pupils flaring dark in the bright light. "You call somebody?" he asked. The words were low, sharp, and very, very clear. No pretense, no lazy smile, no attempt at small talk. Seeing his mouth actually form the suspicion that had clearly been simmering in his head made my whole body go cold. Instinctively, I tried to hide the phone. My fingers tightened around the receiver, and I jerked my hand down, pressing it closer to my chest, as if putting a few inches of distance and some laminate between us would change what I had already done. On the other end of the line, the dispatcher's voice jumped in volume like my own movement had jostled the speaker. Sir, are you in immediate danger? I need you to answer me." Her words were clear enough that I heard them, and so did he. His gaze dropped to the handset in my hand. His lips peeled back over his teeth in something that was not a smile. He took another step toward the counter. The sound of his boot hitting the tile was a dull, heavy thud, followed by the faint squeak of his sole lifting again, like it was sticking just a fraction longer than it should. I was just talking to my boss. I stammered, heart slamming so hard I could feel it in my ears. "It's nothing. I'm just on the phone with my boss, man, that's all. It's just..." He did not even look up at me yet. He was still staring at the phone, listening to the woman's voice, trying to cut through my babbling. "Units are en route," she said. "If you are in danger, do not engage. Stay where you are. Law enforcement is on the way." There was no unhearing that. His eyes snapped up to mine. Something in them went from burning to white-hot. In 2 long strides, he was at the counter. He did not bother going around or leaning politely on it. He drew back his fist and slammed it into the plexiglass barrier directly in front of me. The sound was like someone hitting a drum with a sledgehammer. The thick plastic rattled in its metal frame so violently that I heard screws creak and shift. The whole structure shuddered, the top edge banging against the ceiling. Hairline scratches on its surface scattered the light in crazy patterns, turning his face into a fractured nightmare for a second before it settled. I yelped and jerked back the phone, almost slipping from my grasp. "Who the hell you calling, huh?" he shouted, voice rising in a way it hadn't before. The low, casual tone was gone. This was raw and jagged and full-throated, echoing off every surface in the empty store. "You think I'm stupid? You think I don't see you standing there running your mouth?" Every word bounced around the aisles. The chip bags trembled in their wire racks from the impact on the plexiglass. A display of energy shots clinked as the bottles tapped against each other. I started. He slammed his palm against the barrier again. The plexiglass bowed inward with a long, high creak that sounded like a boat hull under strain. For a 6-second, I thought it was going to crack. "Bullshit," he snarled. Spit flecked the plastic, a fine spray that caught the light next to the smeared handprint he was leaving there. "You called the cops. I saw you. You think I can't see through glass?" My brain scrambled for any line that might save me. I hung up, I blurted. Look, I hung up, see? It's nothing, man, I swear. I was just, it's policy, okay? I'm supposed to call my boss if that was when survival finally elbowed its way to the front of my mind. The phone pressed against my ear might as well have been a live grenade. I moved without thinking. I pulled the receiver away from my face and slammed it back onto the cradle. The sound of plastic hitting plastic was way too loud in the little bubble I was standing in. The line cut off mid-word, the dispatcher's voice severed like a tether. The silence that followed was worse. The only sounds left were the buzz of the lights, the hum of the coolers, and my own breathing choppy and too fast. "I'm not calling anyone," I said, words tumbling out in a rush. "It's just me here. There's nobody coming. It's nothing, okay? You paid, you left, that's it. I don't want any trouble." He stared at me through the smeared plexiglass. His eyes were boring into mine, searching for something. My lie was flimsy and pathetic, and we both knew it, but I threw it out there anyway like a broken umbrella in a hurricane. His voice dropped again, low and lethal. "You think I'm dumb," he said. "You think I don't know what happens when people see things they ain't supposed to." His hand came down on the counter again, not as hard this time, but in a steady rhythm that made the plexiglass vibrate with each impact. Thud, thud, thud. The screws in the frame squealed in protest. "You trying to make this my problem?" he demanded. "You trying to make this your problem? I'm not, shut up!" The word came out like a slap. His voice was not shouting now, but somehow it filled the air more completely than when he had been yelling. It was controlled, focused. The way people sound when they have already decided on something and are just waiting for you to finish your excuses. My chest felt tight. I could feel sweat trickling down between my shoulder blades. I kept my hands where he could see them, fingers spread a little on the countertop, as if that would prove I was not reaching for anything else. He leaned forward, putting more of his weight on his bloody palm. The plexiglass squealed again, a long, bending groan that sent a shiver up my teeth. I could see the faint imprint of his hand through it, the ridges of his skin pressed into the film, each finger outlined in dark, flaking red. For a few seconds, we just stared at each other. I could hear his breathing, now slow and deliberate. Mine sounded like it belonged to someone on the edge of a panic attack. Then something over my head caught his attention. His eyes flicked up past me toward the corner of the ceiling where the station's one surviving security camera was mounted. That little off-white dome of plastic with its flickering red light pointed sort of in our direction. I had stopped thinking about it years ago. To me, it was background noise. To him, it was a threat. He tilted his head slightly, looking at it, and then gave a short, harsh laugh. There was nothing funny in it. It was a bark more than a laugh, ugly and humorless. "This piece of shit even work?" he asked. Before I could answer, before I could lie and say no or tell the truth and say barely, he reached up. His arm shot through the small gap at the side of the plexiglass fingers, stretching farther than I thought they could. His bloody hand closed around the base of the camera. For a second it spun in its mount, the red light stuttering. Then he yanked. There was a ripping, tearing sound as the screws gave way and the cables inside snapped free. The camera came loose all at once, plastic shell cracking slightly from the force. It dangled from his fist for a moment, then slipped hanging from a couple of torn wires like a broken eye on a string. The little red light went dark. The silence that followed felt like a door closing somewhere that I could not see. 3.2. 2 seconds of being an animal. There was no buildup, no warning swing, no last chance moment. 1 second, he was in front of the counter, bloody hand full of dead camera. The next, he moved. I did not even see him plant his feet. I just registered this sudden, violent forward lurch, his shoulders coming up, knees bending, and then he launched himself. People do not usually move like that in real life, not outside of football games and nature documentaries. He did not climb over the counter or try to come around. He jumped it. For a fraction of a second, everything slowed down. His boots left the floor with a heavy thud, toes scraping just enough to fling a couple of dark, flaking specks of something into the air. His body came up and forward, clearing the chipped laminate edge of the counter with maybe an inch to spare. The hem of his hoodie brushed the little stand of lighters and keychains, sending them clattering sideways in a spray of cheap plastic. A halo of tiny droplets shook loose from his clothes, flicking outward in a faint arc, catching the fluorescent light in a way that turned my stomach. Dark red stars suspended for an instant before gravity remembered them. I had time to think one word no before he hit me. He did not land gracefully. His hip smashed into the small shelf where we kept rolls of receipt paper and cigarette cartons, sending it crashing back against the wall. The shelf banged into the metal, rattling everything in a chain reaction. The impact slingshotted his momentum down into me. We went over together. My back hit the tile first, a flat, shocking smack that knocked the air out of my lungs. Then the back of my skull bounced off the floor a split second later. There was a bright white flash behind my eyes, then a high metallic ringing in my ears, like someone had dropped a handful of nails onto a steel tray inside my head. The world snapped in and out of focus, shelves and ceiling, and fluorescent tubes spinning past like a glitchy video. By the time anything made sense again, he was on top of me. He straddled my hips, all his weight coming down through his knees into my ribcage. The hoodie that had been a visual nightmare from behind the counter was now pressed against my chest, against my stomach, against my throat. It was tacky and cold in some places, damp and unpleasantly warm in others. I could feel it soaking into my shirt, seeping through the cotton, the fabric sticking to my skin in patches. His hands found my throat with awful, effortless accuracy. Thick fingers clamped down just under my jawline, thumbs pressing into the hollow where my windpipe sat. His palms were rough with calluses, the skin under the dried blood hard and ridged. The blood itself made everything slick, his grip sliding for a split second as he squeezed, then locking in as the tackiness caught. The first instinct was to suck in a breath, but nothing came. It felt like he had put an iron bar across my throat and leaned on it. My body jerked in pure blind panic, heels scraping at the tile, hands flying up of their own accord. Up close, the smell hit me like a fist. Iron, thick and metallic like old pennies held in your mouth, only heavier. Sweat, sharp and sour, soaked into the fabric near his armpits and chest. Underneath that, something else, sweet and rotten, faint but unmistakable. The scent of meat that has been left out just long enough to go wrong. I remembered the cooler, the glimpse inside, the way the liquid had pooled around bone. That smell had followed him. It was on him. It was on me now. I clawed at his wrists, fingers scrabbling for purchase on skin that alternated between slick and crusted. My nails raked across old scars and fresh scratches catching on raised lines I could not see but felt under my fingertips. He did not flinch. He just squeezed harder. His thumbs dug into my windpipe. I felt cartilage grind and flex in a way it was never meant to. Pressure built behind my eyes, hot and brutal. My vision started to narrow at the edges, gray creeping in like smoke. Some little rational corner of my brain registered individual details with horrible clarity. The tiny white half-moon of his thumbnail caked with dried brown. The way a flake of blood came loose and fell onto my cheek when his grip shifted. A bead of sweat running down from his temple, cutting a cleaner trail through the grime and streaks on his face. The rest of me was not rational. The rest of me was just an animal trying not to die. I kicked out wild and useless, my boots sliding on the smooth tile. One of my heels connected with something solid, a shelf maybe, or the base of the counter, sending a judder up my leg. It barely moved him. He was all weight and anger and purpose, pinning me like I was nothing. I swung my arms again, batting at anything I could reach. My knuckles hit the side of his head. My palm smacked his shoulder, my fingers tangled for a second in the hood of his sweatshirt before slipping free. None of it made a difference. The only thing that mattered was the unyielding clamp of his hands on my throat. Panic scrambled my thoughts into shards. Images flashed through my head in rapid succession, my mom standing at the stove stirring a pot and not turning when I said goodbye the day I moved out. The blank ceiling of my apartment. The stupid open 24 hours sign buzzing outside. The ringing in my ears got louder. In a blind grab to my left, my hand knocked into the corner of a cardboard box. It was the stash of Overstock chips we kept under the counter. The box tipped, then slid, spilling its contents across the floor. Bags of chips burst open under the weight of the struggle crumbs, and broken pieces spraying out, crunching under my shoulders as he shoved me harder into the ground. The sound was obscene, little dry pops and crackles under the soundtrack of my choking. I flailed my arm higher, searching for anything with more substance. My fingers hit plastic. I grabbed and yanked. A small display rack full of candy bars came with it. The whole thing toppled, a cascading clatter of metal and sugar. For a second it smashed into his shoulder and the side of his head, the combined weight and surprise enough to jolt him. Chocolate bars rained down wrappers, slapping against our faces, bouncing off his back, skidding across the floor. He snarled a guttural animal sound that vibrated through his chest and into mine. His grip tightened reflexively, then loosened just a fraction as he shifted to keep his balance. It was the smallest opening, but it yanked something primal awake inside me. A new kind of panic shot through me, sharper than the fear had been. Something that felt like fury, but was really just desperation with teeth. I was not thinking in words anymore. It was all impulse and survival. My vision tunneled down to his face, the edges of the world graying out, and I heard my own voice rasping up through the crushed column of my throat before I had decided on the sentence. "I've got a gun," I choked out. It came out broken and shredded, a wet, ugly sound. Behind the counter. His eyes flickered for the first time. A tiny crack in that focused rage. "I'll blow your head off," I hissed, or tried to. It sounded more like a series of gasps stapled together. "I swear to God, the words themselves were barely there. But whatever expression was on my face as I forced them out must have done the rest. My eyes were streaming from lack of air blood vessels bursting in a red lace around my vision. My chest heaved uselessly under his weight. I was half convinced I was about to black out. I guess all of that together looked like someone who might actually follow through. For 1/2 second, he froze. His fingers still encircled my throat, but the pressure shifted, not gone, but changed. His eyes searched mine shoulders, tensing as if he were suddenly calculating something instead of just crushing it. Then, as abruptly as he had attacked, he let go. His hands lifted off my neck. Air rushed in with such force that it hurt. I sucked in a breath that felt like fire, my lungs spasming my throat, screaming protest at the sudden jagged flood of oxygen. He pushed off me, shoving against my chest to get leverage. The motion sent another spray of crumbs and candy wrappers skidding outward. He stumbled back 1 step, boots crunching on broken chips, chest heaving in heavy, controlled breaths. For a heartbeat, I thought he was going to reach for the area behind the counter to check if I had been lying about the gun. I had nothing. No weapon. Just a few pens, a stapler, a box cutter I had somehow not managed to grab. I felt naked in a way I cannot fully describe. Instead, he spat. The glob of spit hit the tile an inch from my head, thick and stringy tinted pinkish, where it picked up residue from his lips. It made a small, wet splat that seemed to echo more than it should. "You didn't see shit," he snarled. The words were low, but there was so much force packed into them it felt like he had shouted. Each syllable hit me like a separate blow. I lay there gasping, staring up at him, the edges of my vision still pulsing dark. His face was a mask of fury and calculation, now both emotions grinding against each other behind his eyes. Then he turned. He spun toward the front of the store boot, sliding a little in the mess we had made. His shoulder clipped the edge of the counter on his way, making the whole structure shudder. A stray candy bar skidded ahead of him, wrapper crackling. He reached the door in 3 long strides. He did not bother unlocking it. The latch had never fully caught when he came back in, I realized with a sick lurch. He slammed into the glass with his shoulder, pushing it open so hard it banged against the stopper. The chime over the door did not just ring this time. It shrieked. The little bell inside hit its casing with a high, desperate clatter that sounded almost like a scream, metallic and frantic. Cold air rushed in from outside, carrying with it the faint smell of asphalt and exhaust. For a split second, his silhouette was framed in the doorway again, all dark shape and blood-spattered gray, and then he was gone, vanishing into the pool of yellow light, and then into the dark beyond it. The door swung on its hinges slower now, finally easing back into place with a soft thunk. The chime gave one last pathetic jingle and went still. I lay on the floor behind the counter chest, heaving throat-burning chips and candy and bits of torn plastic sticking to my arms and back, staring up at the buzzing lights. He had left me alive. I did not know yet that surviving was going to be its own kind of problem. 3.3 flashing lights and missing pieces. For a while, there was nothing but the sound of me trying to remember how to breathe. I lay there on the tile behind the counter, staring up at the buzzing fluorescent tubes as they bled into 2, then 3, then 1 again. My throat felt like someone had tried to push a fist through it from the inside. Every inhale scraped raw hitching halfway, like my windpipe had forgotten its job. A hot band of pain wrapped around my neck, pulsing with my heartbeat. Little black spots drifted in and out at the edges of my vision. When I tried to sit up, the room tilted hard to the left, shelves sliding sideways before snapping back into place. I dropped onto my hands and knees and gagged a string of spit hanging from my mouth and swinging over broken chips and crushed candy bars. Outside, through the glass, I heard his engine catch. A rough, throaty turnover, then a higher rev as he stomped on the gas. Tires squealed on the concrete rubber, screaming against a surface that was never supposed to hear that sound. The noise rolled over the building, bounced off the dead diner next door, and then stretched out as he hit the road, fading into the kind of silence that leaves an imprint. Just like that, he was gone. I stayed down, half expecting the door to fly open again for him to come back and finish what he had started. Some stupid part of me was convinced this was a trick, that he had only let go to see what I would do, that he was parked out of sight, waiting for the next cop car to pass by before returning. It took me a minute to realize the phone was off the hook. At some point during the jump or the fall or the fight, the receiver had been knocked free. It lay on the floor a few feet away, half buried under a rain of candy wrappers and a busted display sign. The coiled cord was stretched to its limit. Plastic jacket pulled so tight I thought it might snap. A faint, steady tone buzzed from the earpiece. The call had cut off long ago. The dispatcher was gone. No calm voice, no questions, no reassurance that units are en route. Just that flat, uncaring sound drilling into my skull. I crawled over to it, every movement making my ribs throb, and fumbled the phone back onto the cradle. For a second, I considered calling 911 again, telling them he had come back, that he had tried to kill me, that they needed to hurry. But my fingers would not cooperate. They shook too hard, hovering over the keypad, like they were trying to remember which buttons meant help. When I finally managed to push myself upright using the counter to haul myself up inch by inch, the digital clock on the lottery machine read 2:29 a.m. I do not know exactly how long passed after that. Time folded in on itself. I remember standing behind the counter with one hand pressed against my throat, feeling the heat radiating off the bruises, and staring at the parking lot like it was a TV I could not turn off. The trail his cooler had left was still there, a faint, shiny smear catching the light where it crossed in front of the aisles. Near the door, a fresh scuff cut through it at an angle, one of his boot prints from when he barreled back in. On my side of the counter, a mess of broken chips, half-unwrapped candy bars, and smears of something dark and tacky painted the floor in a chaotic halo where we had struggled. At one point, a car drove past on the highway without slowing, headlights gliding by like nothing was wrong. That more than anything made me feel like I might throw up. I was in here with somebody's blood drying on my shirt, and maybe pieces of someone still stuck to my shoes, and 500 feet away, the world just rolled on. The first sign of the police was the distant chop of a siren muffled by distance and glass. Then came the glow. Red and blue light washed over the front windows in sliding rhythms, smearing across the glass like someone was dragging stained glass back and forth outside. The reflection of the aisles flickered with It Chips candy cooler doors, all taking turns being bathed in crimson and drowned in blue. The dead neon "Open 24 hours" sign buzzed on top of it, weirdly unchanged. 2 squad cars pulled into the lot, tires crunching over the grit near the pumps. One swung wide, angling to cover the exit. The other came straight toward the front doors. For a second, their headlights framed the smeared trail on the concrete where the SUV had been. Then the lights cut, the engines quieted, and the radios started up. Doors slammed. Voices murmured low but urgent. The door opened with a sharp click and a colder rush of night air. This time I welcomed the sound of the chime. 2 officers came in, guns out, but pointed down eyes sweeping the store. One was younger, early 30s, with a tight jaw and fresh buzz cut. The other looked 10 years older, deeper lines around his eyes, the kind of tired that does not go away with sleep. Their flashlights cut through the fluorescent glare beams, slicing across shelves, counters, corners. "Sheriff's Department," the older one called out. "You alone in here?" "Yeah," I croaked. My voice sounded shredded. Speaking sent a bolt of pain through my neck. He's gone. He left. I swear. They both looked at me then, really looked. Whatever they had been expecting, it must not have been what they saw, because I saw it in their faces the moment their posture shifted from possible suspect to very obvious victim. The younger one lowered his weapon a little more. The older one's eyes flicked to my neck, where I knew ugly marks were already blooming, two dark, roughly oval patches on either side of my throat, with narrower grooves where his fingers had dug in. I could feel them throbbing, skin hot and tight. There were smears of dark, drying blood on my shirt from when his hoodie had pressed into me, streaks on my forearms from where I had clawed at his hands. Jesus, the younger one, muttered under his breath. They moved quickly after that. One of them guided me out from behind the counter, hand hovering near my elbow, but not quite touching like I might break if he did. The other started clearing the store, sweeping aisles, checking the bathroom, pushing open the back room door with his foot, and sticking the flashlight beam into every corner. No one else, he called. Back doors still locked. They sat me on a crate by the slushy machine, anywhere I could sit and be out of their immediate way. My legs shook in little stupid tremors I could not control. I kept my hand on my neck because it felt like if I let go, my head might just topple off. More cars showed up. More voices. The lot outside filled with red and blue strobes reflecting off metal and glass. Someone strung crime scene tape across the entrance, the yellow plastic fluttering like a cheap ribbon in the drafts. Inside, the sterile, methodical part of the night began. They took photos of everything. A female officer came in with a DSLR and started working her way methodically around the store, the flash popping bright white over and over. She photographed the ripped-out camera and its dangling cables, the smeared handprint on the plexiglass, the scuffed boot marks on the inside of the door. She crouched to get close-ups of the trail the cooler had left across the tile. In some places, the smear was wide and faint. In others, it narrowed to a line where the edge had caught brightening to a thicker, more obvious stain. She followed it like a map shutter clicking. Near the counter, she paused. There was a patch where his cooler had bumped hard, and the trail had thickened, mixed with whatever else ended up on the floor during our fight. In the dried, dark smear, something caught the flashlight's beam, something that was not red or brown, but a dull off-white. "Hang on," she said. "What's that?" One of the uniforms stepped closer and squinted. Piece of tile, he guessed. The older cop, the one who had spoken first, crouched down next to them. He shined his light at a slightly different angle. The little shard glinted irregular and curved. "Get me a pair of tweezers," he said. They handed him a small evidence kit. He snapped on gloves with a practiced motion, then used the tweezers to tease the fragment out of the viscous mess. It lifted away with a bit of resistance, like something stuck in dried gum. It was small, no bigger than a fingernail. Thin, slightly curved one side, smoother than the other. It had that porous look the kind chalk gets when it's been scraped. There were tiny dark flecks stuck to one edge. He held it up, turning it in the light. His face did not change, but something in his eyes did, a tightening, a recognition he did not voice. He dropped it into a small plastic evidence bag. It made a brittle little tick as it hit the bottom. "Bag and tag," he said shortly. They took my statement sitting right there on that crate. The younger cop did most of the writing pen scratching across his notebook. The older one asked the questions. His voice was steady, neither warm nor cold. Professional. He had me start from the beginning, when I had clocked in how the night had gone before the man showed up, what time I thought it was when he walked through the door. I told them everything, or tried to. I described the guy as best I could. Height, build, hoodie, sweatpants, boots. I talked about the cooler, the way it scraped across the floor, the smear on the bottom, the glimpse of what I thought I'd seen inside. I told them about the bleach, the trash bags, the duct tape, the gloves, the tooth hitting the counter, the way he had smiled when he picked it up. I told them about the second time he came in, the ripped-out camera, his hands on my throat, my voice breaking as I lied about having a gun. As I talked, their faces smoothed out. The younger officer's jaw had clenched when he first saw my neck. As I got into the details, that anger slid behind a blank wall. His pen still moved, but slower, more deliberate. The older cop's eyes went from sharp to guarded. Not disbelieving exactly, just cautious, like someone closing shutters one by one. "Did he say anything else?" the older one asked at one point. "Anything you haven't mentioned. He told me to relax, that it wasn't his blood," I said. "And when he was leaving the second time, he told me I didn't see shit." That was it. He nodded, jotting that down. "Vehicle," he said. "You still sure on the make, the plate?" I repeated what I remembered. SUV. Older model, dark color, partial plate with a K, maybe an L, and 62 at the end. I felt stupid and useless repeating the same half answers, but it was all I had. The older cop's eyes narrowed slightly when I listed the items he had bought. Bleach trash bags, duct tape, nitrile gloves, he said, like he was reading off a grocery list he already knew by heart. "Anything else?" "Bottle of water," I said. "Beef jerky, paid in cash. Some of it was, I gestured weakly at my stained shirt. He looked at me for a long second. "You sure you've never seen this guy before tonight?" he asked. The question threw me. "No," I said. Yeah, I'm sure. I'd remember someone walking in like that. I've never seen him. Not that I know of." He mentioned where he was headed? No. He barely talked at all, just that one line. And then, when he came back, he just screamed at me. He grunted softly, writing that down too. When they had wrung everything out of me that they could, they stood up. Another officer snapped a close-up photo of my neck, the flash making me blink. Somebody else walked past with a numbered evidence marker, setting it down next to the little bag with the white fragment. The world had turned into a series of numbered items and boxes to be checked. At some point, they asked if I wanted an ambulance. I said no too quickly and then nodded yes when the room swam again. EMTs showed up, shining little penlights in my eyes, pressing gloved fingers gently around my bruises, listening to my breathing. They said words like "lucky" and "no fracture we can feel," and "you should get checked at the ER just in case." Through it all, my brain kept circling back to the same question. Are you going to catch him? I waited until there was a lull, until the EMTs had stepped outside to get a stretcher, and the younger cop had gone to talk to someone near the door. The older one was still beside me, looking over his notes. "Hey," I said, voice husky. Is there a case number or something? What happens now? Do you think you'll actually find this guy? He looked at me for a long moment. Up close, I could see the gray in his hair more clearly, the tiny network of lines at the corners of his eyes. He blew out a slow breath through his nose. "We'll put it out," he said. "Description plate vehicle. We'll do what we can. There are a lot of cameras on that highway that aren't yours. That should have made me feel better. It didn't." He hesitated, then leaned in just a bit, dropping his voice so it did not carry to the other uniforms. "If I were you," he said, "I'd keep your head down for a while." Something about his tone made the hair on my arms stand up. "What does that mean?" I asked. He glanced toward the front windows where the red and blue lights still pulsed faintly around the edges of the blinds. "It means you don't talk about this to anyone you don't have to," he said. You give us your statement, you talk to whoever from our side needs to follow up, and that's it. No bragging at bars, no telling the story to every customer who comes in. People get touchy when civilians get curious about certain things. He let those last two words hang there heavy and ugly. Certain things. I echoed, my mouth dry, like what he straightened up the shutters, slamming the rest of the way down behind his eyes. Like things you don't need to worry about, he said. You did your part. Now let us do ours. He walked away before I could push it. But the way he had said certain things, like it was a category he recognized, like my bleeding neck and the cooler trail and the fragment of bone on the floor were all just symptoms of something bigger, stuck to me, harder than anything else that night. For the first time, it occurred to me that maybe this was not some random horror I had stumbled into. Maybe I had just brushed up against an existing pattern, one they already knew about. And maybe they had just marked me as someone who had seen more of it than I was supposed to. 4.1. Back on the clock. They gave me 3 days off. Not because anyone suggested therapy or because there was a formal victim support process. It was more like everyone involved quietly agreed that a guy with fresh handprints on his throat probably should not be standing under fluorescent lights, asking people if they want a receipt. The bruises bloomed ugly. At first, it was just redness and swelling, a hot ache every time I swallowed. Then the colors spread and deepened, sickly yellow under my jaw, muddy purple ovals on either side of my windpipe, thinner finger-width streaks at odd angles. I could map his grip just by looking in the mirror. By the time I was scheduled back on nights, they had dialed down from crime scene to bad bar fight. I told myself that was an improvement. I stood in the bathroom of my apartment that first night back, staring at my reflection under cheap, warm bulbs that did nothing to soften what I saw. My neck looked raw, even with the fading, like someone had tried to erase me with their hands and given up halfway. I pulled a hoodie on. It was one of my own, dark blue, the fabric soft from years of washing. I zipped it up halfway and flipped the hood up, tugging the edge forward until the shadows swallowed most of my throat. It did not really hide the swelling, but it made me feel less exposed. I almost called in sick. I stared at my phone thumb hovering over the contact labeled store, Dale, and imagined saying, I can't do it, man. I can't go back in there. Then I pictured my bank account balance, the rent due at the end of the month, the hospital bill that would be coming whether I checked my mail or not. I drove to the station. The highway felt different after what had happened, like it knew something about me I did not want it to know. The exits blurred by the green signs reflecting back the same white letters as always, but they looked off, too sharp, like they were watching me. Exit 23 came up faster than I expected. My hands tightened on the steering wheel as I took it. The station appeared in its usual spot, squat building, flickering neon 3 pumps under a canopy. But there was crime scene tape still fluttering in the ditch near the edge of the property, caught in a cluster of weeds. Someone had ripped it down and tossed it aside, but the black print on yellow was still visible, still accusatory. The glass in the front window had been cleaned, but if you knew where to look, you could see faint streaks where blood had been wiped up inside. Dale was waiting behind the counter when I walked in, counting quarters into a plastic tray. He looked up, eyes skimming my hoodie, pausing for a half second on the place where the bruises bled past the fabric at the sides. He did not wince. He did not say, "Glad you're okay." He just grunted. "You done with your little hospital vacation?" he asked. I almost laughed, but my throat protested, so it came out as a weird half cough. "Yeah," I said. "Guess so." He snapped the tray shut, the coins inside giving a metallic rattle. "You know you didn't have to send the whole cavalry out here." he said, voice curling around the words like they tasted bad. Half the county drove by that night. Customers been asking if this place is cursed or something. You probably scared off half my regulars with that cop show. I stared at him. I almost died, Dale, I said, keeping my tone as flat as I could. The guy was choking me out behind your register. He waved a hand, already bored of the topic. Yeah, I'm not saying you didn't get roughed up, he said. I'm just saying you hit 911 and next thing I know there's cruisers parked all over my lot, lights going, people rubbernecking. It's bad for business. Folks don't like thinking about stuff when they pump gas. You would think after almost being murdered, that level of selfishness would surprise me. It didn't. It just settled over everything like dust. You talked to them, I asked. Cops, he sniffed. They came back the next day, asked about tapes I don't have, he said. Wanted to know why half my cameras are busted. I told them what I always tell you, they're expensive. I got one working. What more you want? They gave me that look like I kicked their dog and handed me a card. Said if I remembered anything else, to call. He mimed quotation marks with his fingers, then shoved the card back into a shirt pocket like it had personally offended him. What about getting more cameras now, I asked. After all that, he shrugged. They'll send me some pamphlet about a small business security package that costs more than this dump makes in a month, he said. If somebody wants to knock over Hanson's fuel, they're gonna knock it over, whether I got 4 cameras or 1, and nobody's gonna rob this place. We're too broke to bother. He said it with the same dismissive confidence he had before a man covered in blood used our store like a pit stop, like the universe had not just proven him wrong in the worst way. The familiar phrase made something in my chest twist. He pushed the till toward me. Anyway, you're here, so you're here, he said. Restock the beer, wipe down the counter, pretend nothing happened. People don't like walking into a crime scene. He clocked out and was gone within 5 minutes, his taillights vanishing down the road. The second the door shut behind him and the chime echoed through the empty store, my shoulders drew up around my ears. I knew this place. I knew every noise it made. But now every one of those noises had a second meaning. The pump activation tone, that dull electronic beep when someone slid their card outside, no longer just meant sale. It meant someone is out there at 2 a.m, standing at a pump, back turned, door closed. I pictured that SUV again, that cooler in the back pumping gas after leaving here. The clack of a nozzle dropping into a tank outside sounded like an impact now, like the thump of a cooler being lifted into a car. The register's cheerful little ding when a transaction went through made my skin crawl. The same system had rung up bleached trash bags, duct tape, gloves, jerky, and whatever it cost to get rid of a body. Above me, the fluorescent lights buzzed like they always did. The hum vibrated in my bones, but now it sounded closer to static, like the universe was stuck between channels. Every time the door chime rang, I jumped hard enough that my vision shook. The first customer of the night was just some guy in a reflective vest buying cigarettes. He stepped in, the bell went off, and I nearly knocked over the pack of gum display trying to straighten up. The guy frowned, glanced at my hoodie, then at the faint bruises peeking over the collar. He did not ask. People rarely do. I caught myself staring at his hands as he paid. It became a habit immediately. Check their hands, check their clothes, check their shoes, scan for stains, for smears, for anything that might mean they touched something they should not have. My eyes darted out to the lot every couple of minutes, expecting to see a familiar silhouette leaning against an SUV watching. In the small hours when the traffic on the highway dropped to almost nothing, the station felt less like a job and more like a trap. From inside, it was a lit box surrounded by dark, reflective glass. I knew logically that I could see out. Practically all I saw was my own reflection, hood-up eyes, too wide skin, sallow under the lights floating over faint impressions of the pumps and the lot. Anyone out there could stand just beyond the edge of the light and watch me. I would never know. The noise of the pumps starting up outside would punch my heart into my throat every time. I would crane my neck, trying to see past the racks, trying to catch a glimpse of whoever had pulled in before they reached the door. In the back room, it was worse. The compressor for the walk-in cooler throbbed steadily through the cinder block wall, a mechanical heartbeat that reminded me too much of the sound the cooler had made when he shoved it in the back of his SUV. The fluorescent strip back there was dimmer buzzing in that low, angry way bulbs get right before they give up. Shadows pooled in the corners around stacks of soda and boxes of inventory. I was restocking beer one night that week, kneeling beside a pallet of cases near the back door when I noticed it. At first, it was just a darker patch on the concrete near the threshold. The kind of stain you see in every old building, oil, old soda, whatever. Except this one had a shape. It was not a neat circle, not like a spilled drink. It was irregular, spreading out from a central point, tapering in places where it looked like something had been dragged through it. The edges feathered out into lighter grays, but the center was almost black, sunk into the concrete porousness. I set the case down slowly and leaned closer. Even under the dim light, I could see the faint outline of fingers in one section, like somebody had slipped in it and tried to catch themselves, leaving streaking marks. The stain radiated from the spot right in front of the back door where the deadbolt slid into the frame. I reached out and touched the edge with one fingertip. The concrete was dry and rough. Whatever it had been there a long time. Longer than last week. Longer than me working there, maybe. "Hey, Dale." I asked later when he came in the next afternoon to do paperwork and pretend he cared about inventory. "What's that stain in the back room by the door?" He did not even look up from his clipboard. "What stain?" "The dark one," I said. "By the back door, it looks like something spilled. It's not new. I just never really noticed the shape before." He sighed, the sound wet and irritated. "It's oil or soda or whatever," he said. "We've had deliveries back there for 20 years. Stuff leaks. People make messes. Just mop around it, okay? That back corner's a pain. Don't overthink it. There's, what looks like hand marks in it," I said. I heard myself pushing, knew it was a bad idea, but could not stop. "Did something happen back there once, you always say?" He snapped his pen shut and looked up, his expression sharper than I was used to seeing. "I said mop around it," he repeated. "If it bothers you that much, put a box over it. We're not turning this into some ghost story. Last thing I need is customers hearing my night guys talking about stains and dead bodies." The way he said dead bodies made my stomach drop. Too fast, too specific. He held my gaze for a second longer than was comfortable, then went back to his paperwork like I had asked about the weather. I walked back to the cooler aisle with my nerves buzzing, the hum of the lights suddenly loud again. When I passed through the back room later, I did what he said. I slid a case of bottled water over the stain, hiding it from view. It did not change the fact that I knew it was there. The gas station had always been ugly, but it had never felt layered before. Now the whole place felt like it had strata. Fresh blood on top of old. New bruises laid over ancient stains. My story sitting on top of someone else's story, whatever that had been. I had come back because I needed the money. Because rent and medical bills do not care about what almost killed you. The silence that settled over that place after the cops left, after the sirens went away, and the tape fluttered itself into the ditch was not just quiet anymore. It felt like it was watching me work. 4. 2. New night, new faces. Same fear. If you stand behind a gas station counter long enough, you start to think you have seen every type of person. After that night, I realized I had not seen anything. The faces didn't change as much as my brain did. Before there were just customers. After there were suspects. Potential threats. Possible monsters in hoodies and work boots hiding in plain sight, with $20 and a craving for nicotine. The first weird one came in on my second night back. The door chime rang, and I jumped hard enough to smack my hip against the register. I pasted on something that was not quite a smile and looked up. He was nondescript in every way that mattered: late 40s, thinning hair, a stained windbreaker that might have once been green. He shuffled in with his hands in his pockets, head down. Nothing special, except he went straight to the display of meat sticks by the coffee bar and just stood there. He did not pick anything up, did not read labels. He just stared at them. Minute 1, it was just awkward. Minute 2, it became uncomfortable. Minute 3, it tipped into something else. He stood so still, his reflection in the cooler door behind him looked more alive than he did. His shoulders were hunched, like he was listening hard, not to me or the store, but to something only he could hear. "Can I help you find something?" I finally called out the words, scraping my throat. He twitched slightly, like I had yanked him out of a trance, then shook his head. "Nah," he muttered. "Just looking." He kept just looking for another solid 30 seconds before shuffling out without buying anything. He did not do anything overtly creepy. He did not say anything threatening. But when the door closed behind him and the chime rang, the air in my chest deflated, like someone had let go of a balloon. The next one was a woman around my mom's age. She came in fast. One hand already digging through her purse, the other wrapped around her phone. She set a 6-pack of cheap beer and a small bottle of vodka on the counter, with more force than necessary glass clinking together hard enough to make me flinch. Her hands shook. Not just a little tremor, full, noticeable tremors that made the bills she handed me flutter like nervous birds. Her eyes never settled. They bounced between the front door, the windows, and the parking lot, barely glancing at my face. "You have a bathroom key?" she asked, voice thin. "Yes, ma'am," I said, sliding it over. "It's for customers only, but I'm a customer," she snapped, too sharp for the context. Then her face softened immediately, like she knew she had overreacted. "Sorry, long night. I'll be quick." As she walked away, I watched her reflection in the cooler doors. She kept glancing out the front windows, as if expecting someone to burst in at any second. It could have been anything: an argument at home, an ex, road nerves. In my head, it was someone like him in a cooler, in a trunk, in a place just far enough from here that the cops would never find it. She came back, paid, and left in a hurry, fumbling her keys in the doorway. Her car sat parked under the canopy lights for a moment longer than it needed to engine idling before she pulled out. Even after she was gone, I kept expecting to see another vehicle pull in behind her. Then there was the teenager. He came in around 1:30, hoodie up, earbuds, and smelling faintly of weed and cheap cologne. He dropped a roll of duct tape, a length of nylon rope, and 2 energy drinks on the counter. Normally, that combination would barely register as weird. Some kid fixing his car or building a haunted house in April. But now duct tape and rope were part of a different mental list. As I rang him up, he grinned. "You ever listen to those murder podcasts?" he asked, nodding at the duct tape. "They're always talking about guys buying this stuff at like 3 in the morning. If the cops are listening, I swear this is for my garage." He laughed. It was a light sound, nervous around the edges, trying to sound cooler than he felt. My stomach twisted. "Yeah," I said. "Hilarious." He kept talking, rambling about some case where the killer got caught because of a gas station receipt. His voice blurred together with the beep of the scanner, and the hum of the lights forming a nauseating white noise. None of these people were necessarily bad. They were just humans with their own worries and jokes. But after a man in a blood-soaked hoodie had choked me half to death behind that same counter, the line between just weird and dangerous had thinned to almost nothing. Every time the door chime went off now, my heart spiked so abruptly it hurt. I started to recognize the sound of different vehicles the way you recognize songs on the radio, the deep, diesel-heavy rumble of semis slowing as they took the exit, pressurizing brakes sighing as the drivers decided whether they needed fuel or could push on. The higher-pitched whir of small sedans pulling in for a quick bathroom stop. The slightly uneven chug of old pickups that always sounded like they might die in the lot and have to be pushed out of the way. I cataloged them in my head without meaning to. Old pickup with rusted fender local, usually harmless. Newer sedan with out-of-state plates, travelers in and out. Boxy van with no business branding made my shoulders tighten until I could see the driver. But there was one pattern I was not prepared for. It was late. The kind of late where everything outside the station might as well have been part of a different planet. The highway noise had died down to occasional bursts, and the motel next door had gone quiet. No one stumbling to their car, no more arguments in the parking lot. Inside, the lights buzzed. The cooler hummed, the clock above the cigarette rack ticked too loudly. I had just finished wiping down the counter for the third time in an hour. There were no cars at the pumps. I was starting to feel that particular kind of restless exhaustion where your thoughts loop back on themselves. I told myself again that if things got bad, I could quit, that I'd figure it out, that I wasn't stuck here forever. Then I noticed the silver SUV. It was not at the pumps, not in a proper parking space near the entrance. It sat along the far edge of the lot near the drainage ditch, where the last scraps of crime scene tape were still fluttering. Lights off, engine on. I had not heard it pull in. Either I had been too wrapped up in my own head, or it had rolled in so quietly the usual sound cues did not hit me. It was older with that slightly boxy shape, the kind of body style you start seeing everywhere once it registers in your brain. The paint was silver or light gray, hard to tell under the sodium lights. The rear windows were tinted so dark that they reflected the station back at me, a warped copy of the glowing open 24 hours sign twisted across the glass. From where I stood, I could not see anyone in the driver's seat. The angle and the glare turned the windshield into a blank panel, but I could see the faint tremor of the exhaust from the tailpipe, the subtle vibration of the vehicle's frame. It was idling, waiting. My skin went cold in a way that had nothing to do with the air conditioning. I watched it. 1 minute, 2, 5. It did not move. Nobody got out. Nobody opened a door. It just sat there, a featureless silver shape at the edge of the light, as if it had crept up to the border of my world and decided to watch instead of join. I tried to tell myself it was nothing. Maybe someone had pulled over to take a nap. Maybe they were on a call, did not want to wake up the person in the passenger seat. Maybe. The bruises on my neck pulsed in time with my pulse. My hand drifted toward the phone. I thought about calling the non-emergency line, telling them there was a vehicle parked on my lot with no lights and no visible movement. I imagined trying to explain why that made me feel crazy in a way I could not articulate, why silver SUV with tinted windows just sitting there sounded like a threat and not just a tired driver. Out on the lot, a faint breeze picked up, stirring a plastic bag caught near the pumps. The SUV stayed still. My fingers brushed the receiver. As if it had been waiting for that exact moment, the SUV's headlights snapped on. The sudden twin beams speared across the lot, lighting up the pumps, the front of the store. the corner of the motel next door. For a second, they washed over me through the glass, turning my reflection into a pale ghost. The engine revved just enough to make the hood dip. Then it pulled out. No rush, no squeal of tires. It eased away from the edge of the lot, rolled slowly past the pumps, and headed toward the exit lane. As it turned, the rear plate swung into view under the lights. The angle was bad, the glare from one of the canopy bulbs hitting it just wrong, but I saw the first part clearly. 3 letters. KLT. The rest was a smear of reflected light and numbers, but those 3 letters stood out like they had been burned into my brain. KLT something 62. Or maybe KLT something 82. My stomach dropped. The partial plate I had given the cops that night had been fuzzy even in my own memory. I had been half convinced I'd gotten it wrong, that I had imagined the K or the L. Now here it was in clean white and black, bolted to the back of a silver SUV, rolling away from my station at 2 a.m. Coincidence, I whispered to myself, throat tightening. The word hurt as it squeezed past the bruises. Lots of cars shared partial plates. Lots of older SUVs drove lonely highways. Not every one of them had a blood-soaked man loading a cooler into the back. Just enough of them, apparently. The SUV's taillights glowed red for a moment at the edge of the lot as it waited for a gap in the non-existent traffic. Then it turned right, merging onto the highway, disappearing into the night like every other vehicle. I stood there, hands still, resting on the phone, heart hammering, watching the empty stretch of road where it had been. I had no proof it was the same one. Nothing that would hold up on a report or in a courtroom. Just 3 letters my brain had been chewing on for days, and the shape of an old fear finding a new chassis. Maybe it was a stranger. Maybe it was someone who would never think about this gas station again. Or maybe it was the same pattern looping back around, reminding me that what had happened here was not finished with me. That uncertainty was worse than any certainty could have been. 3. Stories nobody wants to tell. If you hang around a place long enough, it starts to leak. Not water, stories. They do not come in clean either. They ooze out sideways through offhand comments and half-finished sentences, through jokes that die halfway out of someone's mouth, through the way people look at you when you ask the wrong thing. The first crack came from Sandra. She worked the day shift most weekdays, late 50s hair, always pulled back into a frizzy bun, smudged reading glasses, chain-linked around her neck. Sandra knew everybody. Not because she cared, but because people talked at her while they bought cigarettes and lottery tickets. It was a Tuesday afternoon, a few hours before my shift. I had come in early to sign some HR paperwork about injury documentation that Dale had finally remembered. Sandra was counting scratch-offs at the counter, flicking them into stacks with chipped pink nails. "How's the neck?" she asked without looking up. I touched the edge of my hoodie automatically. "Still attached," I said. "Hurts when I swallow, or breathe, or move." She snorted faintly. "Yeah. That'll happen when somebody tries to wring your head off like a chicken," she said. "Dale says you might sue." "I'm not suing," I said. "I just wanted to know if the cops ever came back." That made her look up. Her eyes were sharp behind the smudged lenses, little crow's feet wrinkling deeper as she studied me. For a second, I thought she was going to say something like, "Drop it," or "Let it go." Instead, she shrugged one shoulder. "You're not the first one to have a night go sideways here," she said. "You might be the loudest what with all the sirens and tape, but not the first." Something in the way she said first made the hair on my arms rise. "What's that supposed to mean?" I asked. Sandra glanced toward the office where Dale was arguing with a supplier over the phone. She leaned in a little, lowering her voice. "Couple years back before you got here, we had this kid on nights," she said. "College type, skinny, nervous. He lasted maybe 6 months. What happened? One morning I come in and the place looks like a tornado hit it," she said. "Snack racks knocked over one of the cooler doors, cracked back room a mess. Kids sitting right where you're standing, shaking like a leaf, saying some guy came in after 1 a.m. and just went off. Threw stuff. Broke a shelf. Tore down the camera too." She pointed up at the corner where my own ripped wires still dangled. "Cops came," she continued. "Took a report. They were real interested for about an hour. After that, nothing. Kid quit the same day. Didn't even come pick up his last check. We had to mail it." Why, I asked. "Because of the guy." Sandra tilted her head, considering. "I think because of the feeling," she said. "You know that thing in your gut that tells you you've seen something you shouldn't have?" He had that look, like someone had pressed a secret into the side of his skull and told him it'd explode if he told anybody. My throat tightened in a way that had nothing to do with bruises. "You ever hear what the guy looked like?" I asked. She shook her head. "Dale said it was just some drunk local. Said the kid was dramatic and probably knocked half the stuff over himself," she said. "Personally, I think there's a reason he always double-checks the back door at night and pretends he doesn't." Before I could push for more, the front door chimed and a customer walked in, killing the moment. Sandra straightened, smile snapping back into place like a mask. Later that week, the rumors thickened. There were 2 regulars who came in together most mornings, a pair of guys in their 40s, both wearing mechanic coveralls from the shop 20 minutes down the road. They bought black coffee, off-brand cigarettes, and those terrible prepackaged honey buns with frosting that never really hardens. They liked to talk. Loud. I was restocking the cigarette wall one morning when I heard them near the coffee pots, voices low enough that they thought they were being discreet, loud enough that the tile carried everything. "I'm telling you it's over by mile marker," 15-1 said. "My cousin swears. Guys bring stuff in, they cut it up, hose it down, nobody asks questions. That's not a chop shop, that's a ghost story." The other snorted. "Every small town's got one." "Ooh, there's a place where they strip cars and bodies and the cops look the other way." "Shut up." "Nah, man. You heard about those hitchhikers that went missing last year? The ones headed toward Dayton. You don't know those stories tie together?" "Yeah." "Then how come every time someone disappears off this road, nobody's shocked? They just shrug." "Oh well, highway takes another one." Their words threaded into my thoughts whether I wanted them or not. Chop shop, cleanup crew, missing hitchhikers. Nobody laughed the way people do when they're telling a story they don't believe. It was more of a resigned tone, like they were discussing potholes or weather patterns. I found out something else that morning. Adrenaline feels different when it rides on top of anger. A few days later, with the silver SUV sighting still bouncing around my skull like a loose bolt, I decided to call the non-emergency line listed on the card the older cop had given me. It was noon on my day off. Sunlight made my living room look almost kind. The TV was on mute, some daytime show, flickering shapes across the walls. My phone felt heavy in my hand as I dialed. "County Sheriff, non-emergency," a woman answered. I gave her my name, the case number they'd scrawled on the back of the card, the date of the incident. I told myself I was just checking in, like you check tracking on a package that is taking too long. "Hold please," she said. The hold music was some tinny looping piano track that sounded like it had been recorded off a broken radio. It hissed and warbled in my ear. Every few seconds, a recorded voice broke in to remind me that if this was an emergency, I should hang up and dial 911. By the time a human came back on the line, my jaw hurt from clenching it. "Yeah, I've got your case pulled up," a man's voice said. "Incident at Hansen's Fuel and Mart suspect unknown investigation ongoing." "Right," I said. "Has there been anything? Any plates matching, any similar, anything?" Silence crackled briefly. I pictured him staring at a computer screen, scrolling through a list with the same half-bored expression Dale used on invoices. "There's no new information I can share at this time," he said. "The case is open, but inactive pending leads." "Inactive," I repeated. "That just means we don't have enough to move forward right now," he added quickly, like he had said it 100 times before. "If anything pops, if we get a hit on a vehicle, or if someone's picked up matching the description, you'll be contacted." "And if nothing pops?" I asked. "Then the case stays open," he said. "Look, I know it's frustrating, but you did everything you could. Best thing you can do now is go about your life." Going about my life meant going back to the station every night, knowing the guy who had tried to strangle me might still be out there, might even be driving past with a cooler in his trunk. "Right," I said. "Sure. Thanks." The line went dead. The apartment felt too quiet. Even my fridge humming in the kitchen made me want to look over my shoulder. Back at the station, the sounds had their own new choreography. On one slow night around 3 a.m., I was in the back hallway near the storage room counting cases of soda. The air was colder back there, heavy with the smell of cardboard and Freon. The only light came from a buzzing strip overhead flickering at one end. That was when I heard footsteps. Soft, measured like someone in boots, trying not to be heard, heel toe, coming down the hall from the back door. I froze, heart slamming into my ribs. For a moment, I could not tell if I had imagined it. Then I heard another set of steps, same rhythm, closer. "Hello," I called out, voice too thin. Nothing. I stepped out into the hallway, pulse throbbing in my ears, expecting to see a silhouette at the end, some shape blocking the dim exit sign. The hall was empty. The back door was shut, deadbolt still turned. The only movement was the slow drip of condensation from a pipe overhead, drops falling onto a cardboard box below in a pattern that, if you squinted, your ears could almost pass for footsteps. I laughed once. It came out wrong. Back near the coolers, the compressor kicked on and started a new sound, an irregular knocking like something inside one of the units was loose. Knock, knock, knock. It was not loud. It was not fast. Just a steady, soft tap from inside the wall of fridges, like someone was lightly rapping knuckles against it from the other side of the glass. I stood there watching rows of beer and soda tremble slightly, with each knock thinking about bones in coolers and fragments on tile. Just a bad fan, I told myself. Just metal on metal. Just a store aging badly. The logical part of me knew that. The rest of me braced for hands to come bursting out through plastic and glass. That paranoia crescendoed on a Thursday morning right before my shift ended. The sky outside was that gray-blue smear it gets just before sunrise when the highway looks like it has been painted in ash. I had done the pre-dawn sweep, checked the bathrooms, counted the drawer twice. Dale was late as usual. I moved through the store, turning off the lights. I was allowed to touch the coffee area, the soda fountain, a couple of the overheads near the back. The front stayed lit 24/7. Dale thought darkness invited trouble. Standing near the register, I reached up to flick off one of the strips above the candy aisle. The back of the store dimmed. The front windows became more mirror than glass. That was when I saw it. Out past the pumps, under a dead streetlight at the far edge of the property, where the shadows were thickest, sat the silver SUV. Same body style. Same slightly dull paint. No headlights on, no taillights glowing. It was parked just outside the direct glow of the canopy, as if whoever had chosen the spot knew exactly where the station's cameras pointed and where they did not. From inside, through the reflection and the glare, I could barely see anything through the windshield. Just a dark shape in the driver's seat where a head might be. My stomach turned to ice. The store was silent aside from the low hums and buzzes. No pumps running, no traffic rushing by. Just me and that shape watching each other through layers of glass and light. I told myself not to move. That movement would be acknowledgement, that if I pretended I had not seen it, it would vanish. Instead, my body took a half step closer to the window. The silhouette in the driver's seat shifted. It was subtle, but my brain latched onto it like a lifeline and a noose all at once. The shape tilted slightly, like someone leaning back then forward. Then slowly, a darker patch where an arm should be lifted. It was not a big wave, not even a full hand. Just this small, almost lazy motion, fingers coming up off the wheel or the armrest and rising an inch like a nod translated into a gesture. A hello, a recognition. I see you. I blinked, heart pounding so hard I could hear it in my ears. The rational part of me tried to intervene. Reflections. Maybe it was a trick of the glass, a smudge, my own movement bouncing back at me. Maybe it was nobody. Maybe it was my brain replaying trauma on loop. I blinked again. The SUV was gone. No engine rev. No tires rolling over gravel. No red glare of brake lights edging away. 1 second it was there, parked under the dead streetlight like a waiting thought. The next second the spot was empty, just a patch of darker asphalt at the fringes of the lot. I stood there for a full minute, lungs locked, waiting for the sound of an engine fading down the highway. Nothing. By the time Dale finally pulled up, yawning and scratching his stomach, the sun had started to rise behind the motel, throwing long shadows across the pumps. "You look like you saw a ghost," he said, brushing past me to get behind the counter. I thought about the silver SUV, about the lifted hand, about all the stories nobody wanted to tell. "Something like that," I said. 5.1. 3 weeks later. If you had asked me then how long it had been since the night with the cooler, I would not have given you days. I would have given you shifts. I stopped counting in calendar squares and started counting in 8-hour boxes under bad lighting. 3 weeks translated in my head to roughly 21 nights spent staring at the same door, the same pumps, and the same stretch of highway, waiting for a blood-soaked hoodie to come walking back in. He never did. The bruises on my neck finally faded from purple to yellow to that sickly green that feels like the last stage before pretending nothing happened. The swelling went down. The pain when I swallowed dulled from somebody ran sandpaper over my windpipe to I had a bad cold last month. My bank account, meanwhile, crept out of the danger zone by a margin so small it was almost insulting. I managed to put a dent in one bill pay minimums on another. There was a night I sat at my kitchen table, laptop, open hospital portal, glowing in the dark, and realized I could actually make a payment instead of just staring at the number like it was an abstract threat. That felt like stability, the 2020s version of it, not being completely underwater. No police officer ever called to say they had found the SUV. No detective dropped by with a photo lineup. The non-emergency line stayed what it was, a place you went to be told no new information by people who sounded tired of saying it. So the story started to flatten in my head. It did not go away. I still woke up some days with phantom fingers digging into my throat. I still had moments behind the counter where the door chime would make my whole body flinch, like a dog hearing a dropped pan. I still glanced more at people's hands than their eyes. But as the days stacked up without a repeat, my brain quietly tried to slide the whole thing into a box labeled freak occurrence. Maybe he had been picked up a few states over. Maybe whatever certain things the older cop had been hinting at had finally chewed him up. Maybe he had pushed his luck one stop too far, and someone with a real gun, not a bluff, had put him down. The silver SUV sightings helped and hurt at the same time. I caught glimpses of it sometimes, the same body style, the same silvery paint catching the light, just so 2 lanes over on the highway or in the parking lot of the grocery store on my nights off. Each time my heart would jump into my mouth until a different plate number or a closer look proved it was not that one. After a while, the pattern blurred. It started to feel like my brain was just pasting that shape onto any SUV it saw, because it needed something to focus on. Life did not go back to normal, but it settled into something that felt like a warped version of it. A new normal where living with constant low-grade fear was just background noise like the buzzing lights or the fridge hum. And then that one night hit. It was the kind of night that feels fake, like somebody designing a set for a horror movie had overcorrected. Too still, too quiet. The highway outside had gone almost completely silent. No big rigs grinding their way up the incline, no late-night commuters racing past with music vibrating their doors. Even the little spur road that curved around behind the station felt empty, no glow of headlights drifting through the trees. Inside the store, the hum and buzz of the equipment took over entirely. The fluorescents sang their thin electric note overhead. The coolers thrummed along the back wall compressors, cycling in lazy intervals. Every so often, the ice machine in the corner would drop a load with a hollow clatter that sounded like someone had dropped a box of bones. For nearly an hour, no one came in. The pumps sat under the canopy, like props, their digital displays stuck on polite instructions nobody was reading. The security monitor above the counter showed 4 camera feeds, 1 grainy shot of the register area, 2 of the aisles, and 1 of the back hallway. Dale still had not sprung for exterior coverage, but he was very proud that the register angle was back online, even if it looked like it was being broadcast from inside a snowstorm. I had done all the usual tasks, filled the coffee urns, wiped down the counter, swept the entry mat, restocked the cigarette shelves. There was nothing left to do but stand there watching my own reflection blend into the aisles on the front glass. The longer the quiet stretched, the less like peace it felt, and the more like someone holding their breath. I caught myself counting the seconds between noises. The buzzing from the lights seemed to get louder. The clock above the lottery machine ticked with a steady, smug rhythm, carving up the hours into smaller, more edible pieces. Somewhere in the back, a cooler cycled off, leaving a second of deeper silence before another unit picked up the slack. My thoughts started to do that thing they do when you are tired and stressed loop. Maybe it really was over. Maybe the thing with the man in the hoodie, the cooler, the tooth, the camera cord snapping was a one-time intersection, a brief crossing of 2 orbits that had already spun apart. Maybe I could start looking for another job soon, somewhere that did not smell like stale coffee and fear. I was halfway through imagining myself stocking shelves in a brightly lit grocery store with other people around when the door chime rang. It was soft. Most nights, the chime sounded too loud for the space, a sharp little ding that stabbed into whatever thin layer of focus I had managed to build up. This time, somehow it rang like a polite cough outside a closed door. Still the same sound, technically, but gentler. My body reacted before my brain did. My shoulders jumped. My hand snapped away from where it had been resting on the counter. My lungs paused for a beat. Then I looked up. At first, all I registered was not him. No hoodie, no sweatpants, no blood. The man who stepped through the sliding door and into the pool of fluorescent light might as well have walked out of a different world entirely. He wore a dark gray suit, not the off-the-rack kind you see at cheap weddings with shoulders that do not quite fit and pants that bunch at the shoes. This was the sort of suit that had opinions. The fabric was heavy and smooth, hanging perfectly off his frame. The jacket pulled just right when he moved, like someone had measured the distance from his shoulder to his wrist with a ruler. His shirt was white crisp, the collar sitting flat and precise around his neck. A simple black tie, perfectly centered, no pattern, no novelty. His shoes were black leather polished to a dull sheen, the kind that do not scuff easily because they are not allowed to. He was in his late 40s, maybe early 50s. Dark hair cut short, going gray at the temples, in a way that would have looked staged on a magazine cover. His face was clean-shaven, the skin lined, but not slack eyes framed by those little brackets of age that suggest someone has spent a lot of years not sleeping enough. He did not look like he belonged anywhere near exit 23 at 3 in the morning. He looked like he belonged in a boardroom or on the top floor of some glass building downtown or standing next to a black car outside a courthouse. Anywhere but under flickering gas station lights with a shelf of beef jerky behind him. The automatic doors hissed shut behind him. The chime did not ring again. He did not do the things people usually do when they walk into a store at night. He did not pause to squint at the coffee options, or glance at the chips, or look for a sign pointing toward the bathroom. He did not scan the drink coolers like he was debating between flavors. He walked straight toward me. There was a strange quality to the way he moved, steady, unhurried like his timeline, and everyone else's were not quite synced up. His eyes flicked over the store in one quick pass as he approached, not curiosity, just cataloging. Something about him made the hair on the back of my neck stand up, and not just because strangers in suits do not usually show up here at that hour. He stopped in front of the counter close enough that I could see the faint blue shadows under his eyes, the hint of stubble trying to reclaim his jawline. Up close, there was a smell that did not fit this place, not oil or coffee or burnt hot dogs, but a faint trace of cologne and paper. Offices, meetings, he did not say hello. He did not ask for cigarettes or gas on pump 2. He reached into his jacket pocket slowly, deliberately, and pulled out a photograph. It was a standard 4x6 edges, slightly worn, like it had been handled more than once. He did not look at it as he placed it on the counter between us, face down. The glossy back caught the overhead light, a little rectangle of reflected white separating us. Then he looked me in the eyes for the first time. His irises were a dark, flat brown, almost black in the station's harsh lighting. There was something in them that reminded me of the older cop, that same measured weighing look, like he was reading a file while he talked to you. When he spoke, his voice did not match the suit any more than the suit matched the station. It came out rough, gravelly, like he had just smoked a full pack in one sitting or spent the last 20 years yelling over machinery. Deep, but frayed at the edges. "I need you to be honest with me," he said. The hum of the lights seemed to lean in. The cooler compressors quieted for a beat, letting the sentence hang there heavy and unbroken between us and the face-down photograph on the counter. 5.2. The photograph. For a second, I just stared at the back of the photo like it was some kind of bomb. It was stupid. It was just glossy paper thin enough that if I bent it the wrong way, it would crease. But the way he had put it down face first, careful like he was setting a piece on a board, made my skin crawl. He did not move. He just stood there in that perfect gray suit, hands resting lightly on the counter, eyes on me. No encouragement, no hurry, no go ahead and look. He had already told me what he wanted: honesty. My fingers did not feel like part of my body when I reached out. They felt like props being operated from off stage. I hooked the tip of my index finger under the edge of the photograph and flipped it over. Whatever air was in my lungs left in a single quiet exhale. It was him. The same hoodie, the same build, The same too familiar smear pattern of red and brown across his chest and sleeves. Except this time, there was no question about whether it was blood. He wasn't standing in my store. He was in a trunk. The angle of the shot came from above, like whoever took it was standing on the bumper or leaning over the lip of the car. The camera flash had blown out some of the closer details, splashing harsh white across metal and skin, but the rest of the scene was dark enough to make my eyes work for it. He was half turned on his side, jammed awkwardly into the space like someone had tried to fold a mannequin into a box it wasn't meant to fit. His left shoulder was pressed against the inner wall of the trunk, hoodie bunched up around his ear. His right arm was bent under him, hand trapped somewhere out of frame. His legs were drawn up just enough to fit jeans shoved against a nest of black plastic. Trash bags. They filled the rest of the space around him, stuffed into corners, piled under and over parts of his body, like packing material. Each bag was dark and shiny, knotted at the top. Some compressed so tightly they looked like they might burst. One of them had burst. Near the lower left corner of the frame, closest to where the trunk latch would be, a bag was torn open along its side. The rip exposed a pale curve inside, rounded smooth with a faint line running across it. The flash caught it in a way that turned it almost luminous. It could have been a joint of meat, a bone from some large animal. That's what anyone would want to believe. My brain did not give me that out. It went straight to skull. Not the whole thing, just a section, like the upper part had been mashed in or removed. But the curvature, the way it sat against the black plastic, half submerged in something darker that had dried my mind. Recognized it even while every other part of me screamed not to. The white cooler was there too. I felt my throat tighten when I saw it. It sat at the very bottom edge of the frame, mostly cut off, like the photographer hadn't cared about it beyond acknowledging its presence. I could see just a sliver of the top and the molded curve of one corner, smeared with the same dark grime I remembered from the station floor. A streak of brownish red ran along its rim, catching the flash in a dull shine. The lighting in the photo did the rest of the damage. The flash had lit the closest objects with brutal clarity: the man's face, the frontmost bags, the edge of the trunk. Everything beyond that fell away into deep shadow shapes, suggested rather than defined. It gave the whole image this tunnel vision effect, like the world ended just outside the circle of light. His face. The last time I'd seen him, his features had been animated by rage, teeth, bared eyes, wild lips peeled back as he cursed at me, breathing hot and fast. In the photograph, everything was wrong. His eyes were closed. Not peacefully, not like someone sleeping, but in that heavy way dead people's lids settle when gravity wins. There was swelling along his cheekbone and temple, one eye puffier than the other, a dark bruise crusted with dried blood high on his forehead. His mouth was slightly open, lips slack. The relaxed jaw changed his whole expression. The empty, distant look he'd had walking into my station wasn't there. Neither was the fury. This was just absence. A line of blood had dried from one nostril down to the corner of his mouth, flaked in places where it had cracked. There was more of it matted into the stubble along his jaw, crusted in the fabric of the hoodie's hood, where it bunched under his head. The more I stared, the more details started to jump out. A small tattoo on the side of his neck that I hadn't noticed before, half buried under grime. It looked like a simple outline at first. Then my brain parsed the shape: a thin cross, the kind you see on cheap dog tags, with two initials bracketed underneath it. There was a bracelet on his left wrist, half visible where the sleeve had ridden up. Woven cord, the kind you get from street vendors, with small metal beads worked into it. I could make out the impression of letters stamped on one bead. An R, maybe an M next to it. His hands, what I could see of them, looked wrong too. One flopped palm-up fingers, relaxed nails rimmed with dirt and dried brown. The skin under the smears was mottled, starting to settle into the flat tone of something that had been still too long. I realized my own hands were shaking. The edge of the photo trembled between my thumb and forefinger. "You've seen him before?" the man in the suit asked. His voice came from somewhere just above the photo, dragging me back up like a hook. I lifted my head. He was watching me, face blank, not the blank of someone disinterested, the blank of someone who had learned a long time ago how to turn their features off while they waited for information. The question was simple. "Have you seen this man before?" But my heart was jackhammering like he'd just asked whether I killed him myself. The bruises on my neck, mostly faded, seemed to flare hot again just from looking at the photo. My throat pulsed in time with my heartbeat, a phantom echo of his hands. Behind my ribs, my lungs shrank in on themselves, remembering the feeling of being squeezed shut. Every instinct I had screamed that telling this man anything was dangerous. It was not just the suit, or the voice, or the photograph of a dead guy in a trunk. It was the way he had walked in, like this was his living room, the way he had gone straight for me, the way he had not bothered to pretend this was casual. He was not a cop. Cops flash badges. They introduce themselves. They say things like, "I'm Detective so-and-so with the county sheriff." This man hadn't done any of that. He just put the picture down like he was placing a bet. Something in my gut tied itself into a knot. My mouth went dry. "No, sir," I heard myself say. "I haven't." The lie hit the air and just hung there. I kept my eyes on the photograph because looking at him felt like stepping off a ledge. It wasn't a good lie. My voice came out a little too fast, a little too flat. I caught the "sir" at the last second, tacked it on like politeness might soften the edges. It sounded wrong coming out of my bruised throat. I forced my face into what I hoped looked like mild confusion. The kind of look you give when a stranger shows you a picture on their phone and you don't recognize the person. A small furrow of the brow lips pressing together, eyes scanning as if searching for familiarity and failing to find it. I could feel his gaze on me like heat from a lamp. The store had gone very quiet. The humming lights faded to a high-layered buzz I barely registered. Out by the coolers, one of the units clicked and whirred as it cycled on, but the sound seemed far away, like somebody opening a fridge 3 houses down. All I could really hear was the faint scratch of plastic as my thumb shifted on the edge of the photo and the soft rasp of my own breathing. Even that felt too loud, like I was giving myself away with every inhale. He did not say anything right away. He just stared at me. Not in the way the blood-soaked man had stared, wild, furious teeth bared. This was clinical, like he was measuring the distance between what I said and what my face was doing in millimeters. He did not blink much. When he did, it was slow, controlled, like he was giving his eyes permission to reset. Seconds stretched. I had the insane impression that if I moved too fast, if I licked my lips or shifted my weight or looked away, first something heavy would drop. A mask, a pretense, a patience. I forced myself to breathe evenly, in, out, in, out. I let my free hand drift to a pen next to the register, rolling it between my fingers. Like this was any other awkward interaction, and I had nothing better to do. The little plastic barrel clicked softly against the counter. Each tick sounded like a countdown. Finally, he moved. His hand slid forward, no rush, just a smooth motion, and came to rest on the photograph. His fingers were long nails, trimmed knuckles, faintly scarred in a way that suggested he had not always worn suits. He did not snatch the picture away. He straightened it first, as if correcting some small disorder offended him. Then he lifted it off the counter, and turned it over face down again, severing my view of the trunk, like he'd closed a door. The room seemed to brighten by a fraction, just from that little patch of darkness disappearing. He slipped the photo back into the inside pocket of his jacket, with the same precise care he'd taken in placing it. The fabric did not rustle. His expression did not change. For a moment, I thought that was it. He gave a small nod that could have meant anything, thanks acknowledgement dismissal, and turned away from the counter. His shoes made almost no sound on the tile as he walked toward the exit. I felt my shoulders sag a fraction. My fingers loosened around the pen. The breath that I had been holding in tiny increments finally started to leak out. He reached the threshold. The automatic doors slid open with their usual hiss, letting in a thin gust of early morning air. He stepped halfway through, 1 foot outside, 1 foot in the light. Then he stopped. He did not turn around all the way. His body stayed oriented toward the parking lot suit jacket hanging straight, one hand in his pocket. Only his head moved slowly, like it was on a separate, more patient swivel. He looked back over his shoulder at me. In the harsh station glow, his eyes seemed darker, the lines around them deeper. The polite blankness was gone. What replaced it was not anger exactly, more like recognition. "You're lying," he said softly. The words didn't need volume. They landed like a weight. He held my gaze a beat longer, as if pinning me to the spot with it. "And you don't know who you're lying to." He let that sit there between us, a new kind of threat I did not have a name for. Then, without waiting for a response, he turned his head back, stepped fully out into the dark, and was gone. The doors closed behind him with a gentle sigh. The chime over the entrance gave its usual polite ding. It sounded for once exactly as loud as it should, and somehow that made it worse. 5, 3. The rock wrapped in tape. The weird thing is, getting choked almost to death behind a gas station counter wasn't the scariest part. Not even close. The suit guy did that. I do not mean physically, he never touched me. But something about the way he had walked in, dropped that photograph, and peeled those last lines off at the door. It got under my skin in a way even fingers on my throat hadn't. When the hoodie guy attacked me, I knew what he wanted in that moment for me to stop breathing. It was loud and simple and awful. The man in the suit, I didn't know what he wanted. I didn't know who he was. I didn't know where he fit in the chain between cooler trunk skull fragments and whatever certain things the cop had hinted at. All I knew was that I had lied to him, and he had let me know he knew. That night after he left, I went through the motions of my shift like a puppet. Ringing up truckers, sweeping up crumbs, restocking gum. On the outside, I was a guy in a hoodie behind a register. On the inside, my thoughts were sprinting in circles. Was he a cop, FBI? Some kind of special unit they don't talk about? If he was official, why no badge, why no name, no card, no "you can reach me at this number if you remember anything"? Detectives love handing out cards. They stick them in your face like little shields. This guy hadn't even bothered with a pretense. Maybe he was private. Some kind of fixer for whoever the man in the hoodie had worked for, or belonged to, or crossed. Maybe he was the part that came after the mess, the cleanup phase. Or maybe he wasn't on any payroll. Maybe he was the payroll. The older cop's words echoed in my head. Keep your head down. People get touchy when civilians get curious about certain things. It felt less like advice and more like a weather report. Conditions ahead are fatal. Stay indoors or die. The silver SUV started appearing more after that. I don't mean I saw it once and jumped at shadows. I mean it showed up enough that even a sane person would have noticed. And I was not sane by then. The first time was at the station end of my shift, 2 nights after the suit. I pulled in around 10:45, the sky already blacked out, sodium lamps buzzing over the pumps. I was early enough that Sandra was still at the register. She waved without much enthusiasm as I parked. Across the highway, in the lot of a closed-down diner that had become a graveyard for broken-down cars and bad memories, sat a silver SUV. No lights, just a shape. Maybe it had been there before. Maybe it was new. I couldn't see the plate from that angle. All I could see was the slight glint off the roof and the suggestion of a person-shaped shadow behind the wheel. When I looked straight at it, it was just a vehicle. When I looked away, I felt it look back. I told myself I was being paranoid. Then I went grocery shopping 2 days later, daytime, the most normal hour I'd seen in weeks. The store was one of those depressing places with flickering fluorescents and end caps full of off-brand cereal. I grabbed the usual ramen, frozen meals, the cheapest coffee that wouldn't outright dissolve my stomach lining. Walking out with 2 plastic bags digging into my fingers, I saw it again. Parked 3 rows out. Silver SUV, same body style, same slightly cloudy paint, different plate. Same plate, I couldn't tell. There were too many cars, too many reflections. It was at just the right angle to keep the numbers in shadow. I stood there in the cart corral too long, just staring. Someone behind me said, "Excuse me," annoyed, and nudged past with their cart. By the time I blinked and looked back, the SUV's brake lights were on. It rolled out of its space, merged behind a minivan, and disappeared into the flow of midday traffic. That night, it was on my street. My apartment was a cheap duplex wedged between a shuttered nail salon and a house with 2 dead cars in the yard. The carpet inside was the color of old oatmeal with darker stains that no amount of vacuuming would erase. The walls were thin enough that if my neighbor sneezed, I could tell if it was allergies or the flu. The living room had 1 window facing the street. The blinds were warped from years of heat and hands, so they never fully closed. There was always a thin slice of the outside world cutting across my ceiling at night. Headlights, gliding street lamps, pulsing through tree branches. I stepped out one evening to smoke, because picking up that habit again seemed like the least destructive thing happening to my body. The air was cool, carrying the smell of wet asphalt and somebody grilling 2 blocks away. Halfway through my cigarette, I saw it, parked halfway down the block, just beyond the reach of our sad little streetlight. The same silhouette, the same roof rack, the same slightly slumped posture of a car that had seen too many miles. No one sat, obviously, in the driver's seat. No lights on, just an idle shape. I stood there on the concrete stoop, smoke blowing sideways out of my mouth, and stared until my eyes watered. When a car turned the corner behind it, its headlights swept past, throwing quick reflections off the SUV's rear window. For a second in that flash, I thought I saw the outline of a head. Then it was gone. I crushed the cigarette out and went inside, pretending I was not closing the door faster than I needed to. My apartment felt smaller after that. At night, the shadows the passing cars cast across my ceiling stopped being abstract shapes and started forming into things: a trunk lid lifting, a cooler being dragged, a man in a suit turning his head just enough to say, "You don't know who you're lying to." I slept on the couch more than in my bed. The TV stayed on volume low, so there was always some other noise besides the tick of the wall clock and the occasional scrape of branches on the window. Every creak in the building became a footstep. Every door slam outside became someone testing mine. The rock came on a night off. It was a Tuesday, which meant nothing except that it wasn't my turn to stand under the fluorescent lights. I'd microwaved something that tasted like salt and cardboard, and half-dozed my way through 2 back-to-back true crime documentaries on a streaming service that kept asking if I was still watching. The last time I looked at the clock on the cable box, it was 2:17 a.m. I must have drifted. I remember a vague dream about being back at the station, the door chime ring morphing into the ding of my microwave, the hum of the coolers blending with a narrator's voice talking about unidentified remains. Then the window exploded. There's no softer way to put it. 1 second there was glass. The next, there was a sound like someone had swung a bag of ice full force into my living room from the outside. A high-pitched, brittle crash erupted half a foot from my head, followed by a hail of tiny chiming noises as pieces of window panes ricocheted off the coffee table, the TV stand, the cheap lamp in the corner. The air filled with the sound of things bouncing and skittering, glass against wood glass, against carpet glass, against itself. I didn't think. My body just dropped. I threw myself off the couch and hit the floor cheek, smacking the worn carpet. My heart went from dozing to sprinting with no warm-up. Adrenaline dumped into my veins so fast I felt my fingertips buzzing. For a few seconds, all I could hear was the ringing in my ears and the last few shards settling into place, tinkling softly as they pinged against each other. Cold air rushed in through the new hole in my wall, bringing with it the smell of damp asphalt and something else, dust maybe, or the faint scent of whatever had been on the object that broke the glass. I waited for the next sound. Footsteps, the splintering crack of the door, a voice, a gunshot, anything. Nothing came. I pushed myself up slowly, palms stinging where tiny glass slivers had found skin. I stayed low, crouched beside the couch, and peeked over the edge toward the window. The TV light flickered, casting blues and whites across the wreckage. The bottom half of the window was gone, blown inward, the blinds hanging in shredded strips. Millions of glittering fragments lay across the carpet, catching the screen glow like frost. In the middle of that glittering puddle sat a rock. It was about the size of a fist, maybe a little bigger. Rough on the parts, I could see like it had been pried out of a ditch or a construction site. The entire thing was wrapped in overlapping layers of silver duct tape, wound around and around until it looked like a lumpy cocoon. The tape was dirty. Not just from hitting my floor, a deeper grime ground into the adhesive, dark streaks and smudges that looked like they had been there long before it came through my window. Here and there, the tape was stained a darker color, stiff in spots where something had dried into it. I edged closer, heart-hammering, bare feet, carefully avoiding the most obvious glass chunks. Up close, I could hear something faint when I lifted it, a subtle shifting from the inside. Not the solid, reliable weight of a stone. This was wrong, off balance. There was space in there and something loose. Multiple somethings. A softer core. The duct tape stuck slightly to my fingers where the adhesive had bled through between layers. The whole thing felt human-made in a way that made my teeth itch. Someone had sat somewhere and wrapped this layer after layer after layer until it was ready. Near one of the overlapping seams, the tape had torn. Tiny, no bigger than a fingernail, but enough. Whatever was inside had pressed against that weak point long enough to wedge something through. Something white. It protruded just barely a sliver, forcing its way between 2 strips, held in place by both pressure from within and sticky glue from without. I leaned in, breath shallow. It wasn't plastic, it wasn't drywall, it had that porous, pitted look chalk gets when you scrape it. A gentle curve. The faint suggestion of an outer surface that used to connect smoothly to something larger. Bone. Not all of one. Just a shard. But the shape of it, the way it curved, the thickness, the texture said skull to me with the same certainty the photograph had. 2 short black hairs were stuck in the adhesive near the crack, half embedded in the glue, half free. They fluttered slightly when my breath hit them. I turned the rock a little, my stomach churning. One section of tape near the bottom was darker than the rest, the color of dried rust. When I pressed my thumb there, the material felt stiffer, almost crusted. A sour metallic smell leaked out from the seam, old blood trapped and half-sealed, stirred up again by fresh air. My brain connected the dots faster than I wanted it to. Cooler scraping across tile, white curve in a sea of red, a sliver of bone bagged and tagged by an officer with tired eyes, a photograph of a trunk filled with black plastic and the edge of a familiar igloo, a man in a suit telling me I was lying. Now this, a rock wrapped in tape packed with pieces thrown through my window at 3 a.m, like the world's worst calling card. My first instinct was to grab my phone and dial 911, to scream they'd come to my house, that someone had thrown bone and blood through my window, that this had escalated past weird gas station nightmares into something out of control. I even picked the phone up. My thumb hovered over the keys. Then I saw his face again in my head. Not the man in the hoodie, the man in the suit. The way he had turned his head at the door, eyes flat and certain as he told me I was lying. I heard the older cop, too, standing in my station with a piece of bone in a bag. If I were you, I'd keep your head down. People get touchy when civilians get curious about certain things. My thumb moved away from the 9. I stood there in my destroyed living room in bare feet and a dirty t-shirt holding a taped-up rock that contained God knows what glass crunching under my toes, and realized something with cold, sharp clarity. This wasn't just a threat. It was a message. Not random vandalism, not kids throwing stones. This was customized, tailored, tuned exactly to hit the part of my brain that wouldn't stop replaying coolers and trunks and photographs. They were looping me back in, tightening the circle, drawing a line straight from the station to my couch. I didn't need anyone to interpret it for me. I understood exactly what they were telling me. They were saying, "We know where you sleep. We know you know. And this is just a piece." 6.1. Quitting the station. There is a point where fear stops feeling sharp and just becomes heavy. After the rock came through my window, after I held that duct-taped bundle of bone and dried blood in my hands, something inside me shifted. The edge of the panic dulled, but not in a good way. It settled into my chest, like a weight I could not put down. I went back to the station one more time. Not because I wanted to. Not because I thought it was safe. I went because there were still a few scraps of the old me hanging on to stupid things like responsibility and 2 weeks' notice and don't burn bridges. The highway felt hostile that morning. The sky was a flat, overcast gray, the kind that makes everything on the ground look tired. Trucks hissed past me in the other lane, throwing up mist from the damp asphalt. My hands left sweaty marks on the steering wheel, and every time a silver or gray SUV merged into my rear view, my vision tunneled. I pulled into Hanson's Fuel and Mart like I always did, tires crunching over the same patch of cracked concrete, the same faded oil stains. The neon open sign glowed sickly and the window buzz a notch higher than the rest of the world. Inside, it smelled like burnt coffee and mop water and old sugar, like it always did. Dale was behind the counter, tapping something into the lottery terminal with the intensity of a surgeon. He looked up when the door chime rang, eyes flicking over me. His gaze snagged for half a second on the faint yellow-green shadows still lingering on my neck, then dropped away. "You're early," he said. "I'm done," I replied. He frowned. "What with your break, I need you to—" "With this," I said, gesturing around. "With the job, with the graveyard shift, with all of it." He stared at me like I had just told him the coffee machine had filed for divorce. "You're quitting," he said. "Yeah. Now, yeah." He slammed the lottery terminal drawer a little harder than necessary. The plastic rattled. "You can't just walk out," he said. "I got schedules, man. I got invoices. You're on for the next 2 weeks. You're lucky I came in at all." I said, surprising myself with the bite in my voice. "Someone threw a rock through my window last night, wrapped in tape. With..." I stopped before I said bone out loud. "With stuff in it." He rolled his eyes like I had told him my landlord raised the rent by $10. "What do you want me to do about that?" he asked. "Call Ghostbusters. People get mad, they do stupid stuff. You work nights, you're gonna see weirdos. It's part of the gig. You want me to give you a bonus every time someone throws a tantrum?" I felt my jaw clench. "This isn't a tantrum," I said. "The same people who sent that guy with the cooler, who sent that man in the suit, know where I live. They smashed my window. They're telling me I'm on their radar. I can't just stand here like nothing's happening." He snorted. "You've been watching too much TV," he said. "Those cops got your statement. Some detective came sniffing around in his church clothes, fine, whatever. Now it's over. You think some cartel's gonna waste time on the night cashier at Hanson's Fuel and Mart. You're not that special. Somebody wrapped bone in tape and threw it into my living room," I snapped. "I don't think over is the right word." Dale shrugged, already done with the conversation. "Look, if you're really set on quitting, at least give me notice," he said. "I can't find someone to cover nights in a day. Nobody wants this shift as it is. You walking out like this makes me look bad." There it was, the core of it. Me getting strangled, me getting stalked, my window exploding. All of that was just background noise to the only thing that mattered to him: cash flow, optics, not having to stand behind his own counter at midnight. "I'll give you this," I said. "Right now. I'm not coming back after today." "You can't do that," he repeated, like saying it enough times would make it untrue. I just did. For a second, I thought he might actually tell me to get out, fire me to save face. Instead, he sighed, shoulders slumping, and rubbed his forehead with ink-stained fingers. "Fine," he said. "Finish out tonight. I'll figure something out." "I'm not staying," I said. "I just came to tell you I'm done. I'm not standing in this glass box, waiting for whoever's playing games with me to decide they're bored." His eyes narrowed. "So you're just walking away?" "Yeah," I said. "I am." He opened his mouth, closed it again, then waved a hand in a dismissive arc. "Whatever," he muttered. "Just leave your key on the counter." I set the small metal key down next to the register. It made a tiny clink, nothing dramatic, nothing cinematic, but it felt like a nail in a coffin. Walking back out to the lot, I realized my hands were shaking. The relief should have come then. No more nights under the buzzing lights. No more door chime jump scares. No more humming coolers that sounded like things breathing. It didn't. I drove home with the same knot in my gut, the same tension in my shoulders. The station disappearing in my rear view did not feel like an escape. It felt like stepping off one narrow ledge onto another, with the same drop yawning underneath both. Packing my life took less time than it should have. My apartment wasn't big, and I hadn't been there long. My stuff was thrift store cheap: a sagging couch, a wobbly coffee table, a mattress on a metal frame, a dresser with one drawer that stuck. I had a couple of childhood leftovers, a shoebox of old photos, a faded baseball cap with my high school logo, a participation trophy for something I barely remembered. I didn't take much care. I just threw things into boxes and plastic tubs in fast, messy layers. T-shirts with plates, books with extension cords, socks stuffed into the gaps between mugs. It wasn't careful moving, it was evacuation. Every sound outside made the adrenaline spike again. A car door slamming somewhere down the block felt like a gunshot right under my window. Heavy footsteps on the stairs next door might as well have been someone creeping up mine. A stray dog knocking over a trash can in the alley sent my heart into my throat. At night, I didn't even pretend to sleep. I lay on the couch in the half-packed living room, the TV off now, because its flicker turned every box into a moving shadow. In the silence, the house became a chorus of small mechanical noises. The fridge compressor would click on with a soft thump, humming for a while before cutting off again. That little sound, that tiny click, mirrored the one the old thermostat used to make at the station when it woke up, which in turn echoed the sound I'd heard right before the man with the cooler walked in. Everything was layered now. Far away, sirens wailed at irregular intervals, rising and falling in the distance like some animal calling across a canyon. Each time I wondered if they were heading toward another gas station, off another exit, or toward somebody whose night was about to fracture like mine had. The blinds in my living room window rustled whenever a car went by, even slowly. Headlights would glide over the wall and ceiling, painting temporary bars of light that slid and vanished. Every time those bars crossed my face, I held my breath, waiting for one set of lights to stop instead of pass. Sleep, when it came, was thin and mean. Dreams replayed the same scenes, the cooler scraping across the tile, the tooth clicking on the counter, the photograph of the trunk, the rock wrapped in tape. I would jolt awake, convinced someone was standing over me, only to find the room empty and my heart trying to punch out of my ribs. I saw the silver SUV 2 more times before I left town. The first was on the highway. I had started driving loads of boxes over to a self-storage unit one town over, the kind of place that looks like a row of orange mouths lined up in a gravel lot. I figured if I had to leave fast, it would be easier to grab my life from one padlocked garage than from a third-floor walk-up. On the way back from one of those trips, I caught the SUV in my mirror. Not right behind me, 2 cars back, occasionally blocked by a pickup or a minivan, but there. Same shape, same color. Staying with me through lane changes, exits, merges. It did not ride my bumper or flash its lights. It didn't try to overtly intimidate. It just stayed. I tried taking a different exit than usual, looping through a neighborhood I never drove through. It stayed. I took a right instead of a left at a light. It stayed. My hands slicked the steering wheel with sweat. At the next opportunity, I pulled into a well-lit gas station I never used, rolled up to a pump and parked. The SUV drove past on the frontage road, like it had somewhere else to be all along. The second time was at the U-Haul lot. I had reserved a small moving truck online, picked a date, marked it on my mental countdown. When the day came, I stood in a gravel expanse behind a faded office trailer, watching a guy with a clipboard walk circles around a dented white truck, noting every scratch. "You're good to go," he said, handing me the keys on a plastic tag. Behind him, at the far end of the lot, beyond a fence topped with lazy loops of barbed wire, was a silver SUV. It was parked nose in toward the chain link, half obscured by a row of idle trailers. I could see only part of the rear quarter panel and the curve of the roof. No plate from that angle, no driver visible through the dark glass. The guy with the clipboard followed my gaze. "Yeah, that thing's been sitting there a couple days," he said, shrugging. "People dump cars here all the time. They think if it's next to a rental place, it looks legit." He walked back to the trailer without another thought. I stood there for a long beat, keys digging into my palm, wondering if the SUV would start when I did. It didn't. It just sat there like a photo pinned in the corner of my awareness. The last time I saw it in that town was the night before I left. My living room was more box than space by then. The mattress was already in the storage unit. I was sleeping on a pile of folded blankets, listening to the fridge and the blinds and my own pulse. Morning came gray and flat. I started hauling boxes out to the truck I had parked out front, breath fogging in the cool air, arms burning. On my third trip to the curb, I saw it. Parked directly across from my driveway, engine off, windows dark, sat the silver SUV. No attempt to hide this time, no distance. It was close enough that I could see the bug splatters on the front grille, the tiny crack in one of the headlights. I stopped halfway down the path, cardboard box digging into my ribs, and stared. No one got out. No window rolled down. The vehicle just sat there like an extra piece of scenery dropped into the frame. After a long, thick pause, I forced myself to keep walking. I loaded the box into the back of the truck, heart-hammering hands clumsy. When I turned back toward the house, the SUV's brake lights blinked on. It pulled away from the curb without haste, rolling down the street at exactly the speed limit. At the corner, it turned right and vanished behind a row of tired maples, never once touching the horn or spinning its tires. I stood on my concrete stoop, empty-handed, now watching the space it had just occupied. All at once, a realization settled over me, cold and precise. If they wanted me dead, whoever they were, they'd had dozens of chances. At the station, on the highway, outside my apartment, through the window with the rock. They weren't killing me. They were watching. 6.2. A town or two away. I did not have a real plan. If you'd asked me then where I was going, I would have said away and hoped you didn't ask follow-ups. There wasn't some safe town with a red circle around it on a map. There was just distance. Miles between me and exit 23. Between me and Hanson's Fuel and Mart. Between me and the trunk, the cooler, the duct-taped rock. I drove until my brain stopped buzzing loud enough to let me notice things again. The highway unspooled in front of me in a long gray ribbon. Fields gave way to low commercial strips, then patches of trees, then more fields. I passed the kind of towns that aren't really towns, just a cluster of fast food signs at an exit, a motel, a gas station, a billboard promising fireworks or salvation. I ended up in a small city 2, maybe 3 hours away. One of those places everybody calls not far, but far enough when they move for a job or a breakup. It had a name you'd recognize if you'd driven through that part of the Midwest. But I'm not giving it to you. That's one of the few things I still get to keep. The apartment complex I found looked like every other apartment complex built between 1995 and 2010, 3-story beige boxes arranged around a patch of mostly dead grass and a pool that was closed more than it was open. The leasing office smelled like lemon cleaner and desperation. The woman behind the desk smiled too wide when I mentioned immediate move-in. She clicked through a few screens, printed a stack of papers, and made me sign my name so many times it stopped looking like a word. The unit itself was as bland as a hotel they forgot to decorate. Beige walls, beige carpet, a sliding glass door with vertical blinds that rattled every time the AC kicked on. The kitchen had laminate counters that pretended to be granite if you squinted, and cabinets that had survived too many tenants slamming them. The hallway lights outside my door buzzed constantly, a faint electrical whine that bled under the gap and became part of the ambient noise of my life. At night, that buzz blended with the hum of my own fridge in a way that made me feel like the building itself was breathing. It was better than the last place, and worse in different ways. I got a job faster than I expected. No more glass box on the edge of nowhere, no more standing alone behind a counter like a target. I told myself that was non-negotiable. I ended up working nights again anyway. You take what you can get when your resume says graveyard shift, and your references are people like Dale. The new gig was at a warehouse on the edge of town, a big rectangular building full of shelves and pallets and forklifts. It was different, I told myself. There were other people around. You clocked in, you ran orders, you loaded trucks. The work was physical, repetitive, the kind that leaves your muscles humming and your brain empty in a good way. Instead of a door chime, there was the steady beep of forklifts backing up. Instead of gas pumps, there were bay doors and loading docks. Instead of the hum of coolers, there were fans and conveyor belts. Nobody came in at 3 a.m. to buy bleach and trash bags. If somebody did, it'd be because they worked there, and someone else would be watching. For a while, nothing overtly bad happened. No rocks through windows, no anonymous phone calls, no men in suits placing photographs on counters. I drove to work, did my shift, drove home, unpacked the boxes from storage one at a time, arranging my thrift store life in a slightly nicer box. I bought new blinds that actually closed all the way and installed them myself with a borrowed drill hands, shaking only once when the bit kicked. On paper, it looked like I was moving on. My body knew better. I never napped in my car again. That was the first rule. If I was too tired to drive, I drank coffee until my stomach hurt, or I walked laps around the break room. The memory of that thumping in the truck bed, the sudden deafening crack of a tool smashing against glass, the sight of someone rising up out of what I thought was empty space burned that habit out of me completely. Gas stations became obstacle courses. You can't really avoid them, not if you drive in this country. But I learned to time my stops. I'd choose ones attached to busy travel centers where there were always other people around. I would not go inside if I was the only car in the lot. I'd rather drive another 20 miles on fumes than stand under buzzing lights alone again. If I absolutely had to go in, I scanned the other customers automatically. Hands, clothes, eyes. I kept my back to a solid surface whenever possible. I noticed exit doors, camera domes, mirrors. I watched for coolers and duct tape and nervous jokes about murder. Any store with a door chime was a problem. It didn't matter if it was a pharmacy, a dollar store, or a coffee shop with reclaimed wood and Edison bulbs. If that little bell rang when the door opened, my body reacted. Shoulders flinched. Heart rate spiked. My throat tightened. Half the time I'd turn around before my brain even processed that it was just a bored teenager in a hoodie or a mom with a stroller. The people around me had no idea that every tiny sound like that was grafted onto something worse in my head. I triple-checked my car every time I got in. Doors locked always. Back seat always. Truck bed if I drove anything with one always. Even in broad daylight in a crowded lot, I'd open the back door pretending to rummage for something, just to make sure nobody was curled up there waiting to sit up like a nightmare mid-drive. That's the problem with surviving something like that. Your brain never fully believes it's over. It just learns to catalog threats better. For a while in that new town, the catalog stayed mostly empty. I learned the pattern of my new streets the way the traffic sounded at 3 a.m. Versus 3 p.m., the route's delivery trucks took the way. The factory down the road did shift changes that made the whole neighborhood hum for half an hour and then fall silent again. If I squinted, I could almost convince myself I'd outrun whatever had started at exit 23. Then, late one night after my warehouse shift, I saw it. I was driving home on a 4-lane road that cut through an industrial district streetlights spaced just far enough apart to leave gaps of darkness between their pools of orange. My headlights tunneled forward, catching the reflectors on parked semi-trailers, the glitter of broken glass in gutter edges, the occasional stray cat darting across. At an intersection up ahead, a vehicle waited at a red light in the cross lane. Silver. SUV. From that distance, it could have been any of 100 similar cars. Nothing special. My hands tightened on the wheel anyway. As I got closer, the shape sharpened. Roof rack. Slight scuff on the rear bumper. The faint silhouette of a driver behind the tinted glass head, still hands at what looked like 10 and 2. My light turned green. Theirs stayed red. I kept my speed, trying not to slow down, trying not to crane my neck like some horror movie cliché. As I passed through the intersection, I glanced left. Just a quick look. For a moment, one fraction of a second, the driver's face slid into the cone of my headlights. I could not tell you his features now if you paid me. They didn't stick. What stuck was the feeling, that same sense of being measured, of the distance between us being calculated in something that wasn't miles. Then I was past. I checked my rear view automatically. The SUV's light turned green. It pulled out behind me. Not close, not aggressive. 2, maybe 3 car lengths back. I turned right at the next major intersection. So did it. My heart rate picked up, hands going slick again. I told myself there were only so many ways to get out of that district at this hour, that we were all funneled through the same arteries. I took a left onto a side street I did not usually use to get home. 2 blocks later, when I checked the mirror again, the SUV was gone. No turn signal, no obvious street it could have taken. Just gone. Coincidence, my rational brain said. Patterns, my trauma brain replied. Nothing else happened that night. Nothing else has happened like that since, not directly. No more rocks. No more men in suits at my front door. No more duct-taped messages hurled through glass. And somehow that unsettles me more than anything. It's like somebody somewhere made a note. Gas station kid. Saw too much. Shook him up. Pulled him out of the way. Not eliminated. Not cleaned up. Just moved. Filed. A loose end worth keeping an eye on once in a while, but not worth tying off completely. I don't know if that's true. All I know is that the threat stopped, but the watching never really did. At least not in my head. Every time I pass a silver SUV, part of me braces. Every time a door chime rings, my throat remembers fingers. Every time I close my eyes in a quiet room, I see that trunk, that cooler, that rock. People talk about closure like it's a door you can shut and lock. What I got was different. I got distance, beige walls, new noises, a life that looks normal enough from a few feet away. And somewhere out there on some stretch of highway, or in some dim parking lot, maybe a pair of dark eyes in a rearview mirror making sure the loose end is still exactly where they left it. 6. 3. Moving out of state. It turns out you can move a few hours away from something like this, but you can't outrun the feeling that somebody has your name written down somewhere. Less than a year into my fresh start, the walls of that beige apartment started to feel like they were leaning in. It wasn't anything dramatic. No more rocks, no more smashed glass, no more mysterious men in suits stepping through sliding doors like stage entrances. On paper, nothing was happening. That was the problem. I'd wake up on my days off with this weird, vibrating sense under my skin, like my body was trying to tell me you're in the wrong place again. Every time a strange car idled at the far end of the lot, every time I saw a silver SUV out of the corner of my eye, it felt less like coincidence and more like a reminder. The thought kept circling back louder each time. They know where you are. They might not be acting on it. They might not care enough right now to do anything, but the information existed. It was out there in some glove compartment or encrypted file or back pocket attached to my name and face, and the words "saw too much." One night after a shift, stacking pallets and dodging forklifts, I lay on my back on the floor of my living room, too wired to sleep, too tired to do anything else, staring at the cracks in the ceiling. The fridge hummed. The hallway light buzzed through the door. The idea came in fully formed: leave the state. Not just a town or two. Not just a couple hours down the road. A whole different DMV, new plates, new address, and a database that would make whoever was watching, if anyone still was, have to work a little harder. By morning, it wasn't really a question anymore. It was an inevitability. I gave notice at work. The supervisor, a guy with permanent grease under his nails and a nicotine patch on his arm, took it better than Dale had. "Where are you heading?" he asked, signing my paperwork. "East," I lied. "Or west?" "I don't know yet." "You got people out there?" "Not really." He grunted, sympathetic in that way men get when they recognize the particular mess of being broke and restless. "Sometimes you just gotta go," he said. "Just don't end up back in the same kind of place. World's bigger than warehouses and night shifts." "Yeah," I said. "That's what I'm hoping." Packing the second time felt different. The first move had been frantic, shoving my life into whatever containers I could find, just trying to get out before the next bad thing happened. This time it was slower. Not calmer exactly, but more aware. I opened every box I had stacked in the closet, sifted through things I'd barely looked at since bringing them from the storage unit. I threw out a lot. Old receipts, torn clothes, a mug that still had a faint brown line from coffee the night before the cooler incident. Every object had 2 dates now when I got it, and whether it was before or after exit 23, I loaded my stuff into another rental, bigger truck, this time sturdier. The same process: clipboard guy, walk around, note any dents that are already there, sign here and here and here. The night I left the state, the sky felt too big. I drove mostly in the dark, on purpose. Daytime driving meant scenery, landmarks, places my brain could try to attach meaning to. Night meant lines on asphalt, reflectors, signs whipping by too fast to register fully. I wanted the miles, not the memories. The highway became a tunnel of my own headlights. I stopped at the kind of travel plazas that feel like small planets, multiple gas chains, fast food, weird souvenir shops, truck parking stretching out into the dark. The fluorescent wash of light, the constant motion of people dragging luggage and kids around, made me feel safer. I kept my tank topped off, so I wouldn't get stuck exiting at some lonely 2-pump place where I'd be the only car. The idea of standing alone under a single buzzing light at 3 in the morning, with nothing around but a dark building and fields, made my throat tighten. True crime podcasts played through my speakers most of the way. Yeah, I know how that sounds. But there was something perversely comforting in listening to other people's horrors. Stories about abductions, serial offenders, unsolved cases. The hosts talking in measured tones about patterns and timelines and forensic evidence. It made what happened to me feel less special. Less like the universe had singled me out for some weird, specific ritual, and more like I'd stumbled sideways into one channel of a much bigger, uglier broadcast. At least their stories had titles. Mine was just the cooler thing in my head. Sometime after midnight on some random stretch of interstate, I honestly couldn't tell you which state line I had already crossed. I pulled off at another plaza, the kind with 20 pumps and a big glass-fronted building that housed bathrooms, a coffee bar, and a mini-mart pretending to be a grocery store. The lot was busy even at that hour. Trucks lined up in neat rows at the far end. Families straggled in and out, kids holding hands, people stretching their legs. The sodium lights painted everything in that weird, flat orange. I slid my card at the pump, selected the cheapest option, and stepped out into the wash of light and noise. The air smelled like exhaust and fryer oil and that faint universal cleaner they use in travel bathrooms to pretend nothing bad ever happens in them. Behind me, the station's automatic doors whooshed open and the door chime beeped. Different tone than Hansen's higher quicker, but my body reacted anyway. Small shiver up the spine, shoulders tensing. Easy, I muttered to myself, hands steadying the nozzle. Out of habit, I glanced across the lot. At the far edge, near where the truck parking ended and the dark fields began, sat a silver SUV, parked nose out facing the highway. For a heartbeat, my brain did that thing where it takes an image, overlays it with memory, and insists they're the same file. Same body shape, same dull silver paint catching the light in a familiar way. Same angle, slightly offset like it wanted the quickest line back to the road. My throat went dry. I blinked. The focus shifted. Details came in that hadn't fit the first impression, a different brand emblem on the grille, a missing hubcap on the front wheel, a dent in the rear door that mine hadn't had. The plate, what I could see of it, was the wrong state entirely. Just another silver car. I laughed. It came out brittle. Get a grip, I told myself. You don't own the concept of silver SUVs, but reassurance didn't come with that realization. It did the opposite. Because if my brain could map that shape onto any car, even when it wasn't, how many times had I missed it when it was? How many parking lots? How many exits? How many intersections had I blown through without noticing a familiar tint and grille? The pump clicked off. I holstered the nozzle, screwed the gas cap back on with hands that had stopped shaking only because they were tired of it. Back in the cab of the truck, I sat for a minute, fingers resting on the steering wheel, engine idling. The podcast host's voice droned on about victimology in the background. A thought nagged at the back of my head. Something practical, small, almost stupid against the backdrop of everything else. Glove compartment. Registration. I'd switched states. I needed to make sure I had the right insurance card in case I got pulled over 3 states from where my plates said I belonged. The last thing I needed now was some traffic stop turning into a paperwork headache. I popped the glove box open. It dropped with the usual thud, spilling its contents a little way toward my knees. Folded manuals, napkins, a flashlight, a tangle of old cords, an envelope with my new registration, and a photograph. Loose. No frame, no envelope, just a single 4x6 print lying on top of the paperwork, like it had been waiting its turn. For a second, I didn't touch it. I just stared. My pulse picked up that now familiar drum behind my ribs. This was not the place or time for another picture, not after the trunk and the cooler and the man in the suit. "Come on," I whispered. "Please just be nothing." I picked it up by the edges, careful not to smudge anything that might matter. It wasn't a trunk. It wasn't a cooler. It was me. The shot was slightly off-center, like whoever took it hadn't bothered to compose it carefully. The angle was from outside the counter at Hansen's Fuel and Mart a little to the left, catching the front of the register and the racks behind it. I was behind the counter, head tilted back just a little, mouth open mid-laugh. I knew that laugh. I could almost hear it ghosted over the hum of my truck's AC. I was wearing a different hoodie than the one he'd grabbed, lighter in color, hood down. My neck was unmarked. No bruises yet. No shadows. It was a nothing moment. The kind of moment that happens 100 times on a boring graveyard shift. Some dumb joke from a day shift coworker, some ridiculous customer story, some weird product name. A moment you never expect to see again because it doesn't matter. Except someone had cared enough to capture it. Print it. Keep it. The resolution was good enough that I could see details behind me, the cigarette price signs, the reflection of the cooler lights in the front glass, a faint shape outside that might have been a car at pump 2. I flipped it over with fingers that did not feel like they belonged to me. On the back, in neat, careful handwriting, was a short line. Some pieces get left alone. No signature, no initials, no date, just that sentence. My vision tunneled. The truck cab, the travel plaza, the entire interstate system fell away for a second, and all that was left was that cheap gas station, that younger version of me laughing at something I couldn't remember, and the knowledge that someone had been close enough to stand there and take that picture without me ever knowing. Not security footage, not some blurry still pulled off a camera. This was from the customer side of the counter, from the perspective of someone just grabbing a snack. They'd been there on a normal night, before any blood, before any cooler, before any rock. Watching, cataloging. Some pieces get left alone. The words were supposed to be comforting, maybe. A reassurance. You're not worth the cleanup. You're not on the list. You've been classified as harmless. But all I could think about was the implication hidden underneath pieces. Not people, not witnesses. Pieces. Parts of something bigger. And pieces, by definition, belong to a whole. I sat there in the cab engine, idling photograph in my hand, the roar of the highway, a dull presence beyond the lot, and understood something new. It wasn't just that they had watched me at work. They had been watching long enough to decide where I fit. Not a target, not an ally, not a threat worth erasing. Just a piece. Left alone for now. Chapter 7. What they left me with. I am writing this in yet another apartment, in yet another state. Different zip code, different plates on the cars, parked outside, different landlord who forgets to fix different things. Same night, same hum, same feeling under my skin. The fridge in my tiny kitchen is buzzing behind me, a tired mechanical drone that rises and falls like a bad thought. Somewhere through the wall to my right, my neighbor's TV is leaking canned laughter, warped and muffled like it is drowning in drywall. Every few seconds, wind gusts past the window above my desk, rattling the loose pane just enough to make a dry little tick. The glow of my laptop screen paints everything else in the room as a silhouette. I keep telling myself I am just getting this off my chest. That this is some kind of late confession to nobody in particular. But that is not really true. The truth is, I am telling you more than I have told anyone. There are things I never gave the cops. Things I never gave anyone. I never told them about the rock. Not all of it. When it first hit my living room, when the window blew inward and my heart tried to climb out of my throat, I did what any half-functional adult would do. I freaked out and paced in circles, holding that duct-taped lump like it was going to go off. Eventually, survival mode kicked in with something that felt a little like logic. Evidence, my brain whispered. Chain of custody. For all the true crime I'd watched, I knew one thing: you are not supposed to tamper with stuff. You put it in a bag. You keep it safe. You let someone with gloves and a badge deal with it. Instead, I carried it into my bathroom. I do not know why I chose that room. Maybe because it was the smallest, the easiest to control. One door, no windows, just tile and a mirror I avoided looking into. I laid an old towel down on the floor like I was setting up for surgery. The rock looked worse in that cramped space. The light over the sink was harsh and yellow, bringing out every patch of grime in the duct tape, every dark, reddened stripe soaked deeper into the silver. Up close, the smell was stronger, a stale iron tang threaded with the sour stink of dried rot. For a minute, I just crouched there, breathing through my mouth, heart thudding in the back of my throat. Then I hooked a fingernail under one corner of the tape and started to peel. The adhesive fought me. Whoever wrapped it hadn't been lazy about it. They'd pulled each strip tight, smoothing it down with enough force that it had bonded to itself and to whatever was underneath. The tape lifted in jerks, giving way a millimeter at a time with soft, sticky pops. The first crack I made in that shell, let out a breath of air that had been trapped inside. Warm, foul damp. I gagged, eyes watering. Beneath the tape was exactly what I had hoped and feared. It would be a rock. Just an ordinary, ugly, fist-sized stone mottled gray and brown. It might have been pulled from a drainage ditch or the edge of a construction site. One side of it was streaked dark with something that had seeped onto it before the tape went on, leaving a crusted smear that flaked at the edges. There was also bone, not just the sliver poking out from the tear. With the tape peeled back, I could see a second piece nestled in the curve of the rock like a puzzle fragment. It was bigger than the one the cop had plucked from the gas station floor, maybe the size of a bottle cap, maybe a little more. The shape of it was wrong for anything else. Gently convex, porous on the inside edge, smoother on the outside, where it had once been part of a continuous surface. The color wasn't bright white. It was the dull off-white of something that had been soaked and dried again. There was a smear of dried dark tissue clinging to one side. Thin, stringy. It looked like meat left too long under a heat lamp. I almost lost it right there. My throat spasmed. My stomach lurched in a way that had nothing to do with cheap gas station burritos, and everything to do with the realization that I was kneeling on my own bathroom floor, bare knees on tile holding part of somebody's head. Not metaphorically. Literally, I slapped the tape back down with shaking hands, fingers fumbling to press it into place, to cover the gap, to stuff the horror back into its shell. My breath came fast and high. The room felt too close. The mirror watched from above the sink, reflecting a stranger hunched over something they had no right to be touching. I did not call the police. I did not put the rock into a Ziploc and drive to a station like the responsible citizen every podcast host begs their listeners to be. I wrapped the towel around it, carried it downstairs like it was a live grenade, shoved it into the trunk of my car, and drove. I went miles out of town. I passed 3 safe, well-lit places where a sane person would have pulled in and said, "Help me. Take this from me. Tell me what I've found." I kept driving. At the edge of an industrial area, I found a private dumpster behind a closed auto shop, one of those big metal ones graffitied to hell, half surrounded by weeds and broken pallets. I killed my headlights, popped the trunk, dragged the towel bundle out, and heaved the whole thing into the open maw. It hit the bottom with a hollow thud I felt in my teeth. Then I got back in my car and drove away, checking my mirrors every 30 seconds, expecting blue lights, or a silver SUV, or a man in a suit stepping out of the shadows to tell me exactly how badly I had screwed up. Nobody stopped me. Sometimes I tell myself the rock is still in that dumpster under 10 years of tires and packaging and dragged out junk. Sometimes I imagine a garbage truck lifted it out the next morning, crushed it with everything else, grinding bone and stone and tape into anonymous rubble at the bottom of some landfill. Sometimes I dream they put more than bone in there. I dream I peel the tape back further past the second fragment, past the smeared tissue, and find a fingertip nail cracked and dirty, or a piece of someone's cheekskin, dried and wrinkled eyelash still clinging to the corner. I wake up with the feeling of that impossible texture still on my hands, like my palms remember a weight my rational mind doesn't want to admit to. The truth is, I will never know exactly what I held. I gave up that right when I panicked and threw it away. That's part of what they left me with. Not just the memory of what they did, the memory of what I might have literally held in my hands and then discarded into the dark, like I was helping them finish the job. The rest of what they left me with is quieter. I didn't realize at first that the loudest parts of that whole mess were not the things I could see, but the things I could hear. Now my whole life is built around sounds I cannot unlearn. The buzz of fluorescent lights, for one. Every time I walk into a store late at night and hear that thin electric whine overhead, my body is back under the yellow panels of Hansen's Fuel and Mart. The ceiling hum blends with the memory of the gas pumps clicking on outside, the cooler compressors rattling in the back, the cheap clock ticking above the lottery machine. The ring of a door chime is worse. It doesn't matter if I am standing in a boutique or a pharmacy or a coffee shop. If there's a little bell or a digital ding, and it announces that someone has entered. Part of me is 20-something, again looking up from a magazine to see a man covered in blood walk in like it's nothing. Every bright, cheerful ding is doubled by the ghost of the other one, the one that sounded right before he came back, eyes burning as I was on the phone with 911. Glass is its own monster. A dropped glass in a kitchen, a bottle breaking in an alley, even the sharp shatter sound effect in a movie, it all latches onto. That night my window exploded, the brittle, high-pitched scream of glass giving way. The patter of shards raining down on my carpet, bouncing off the table, pinging off the TV stand. Sometimes I'll be in a grocery store near midnight, because I still work evenings and nights, I always will it seems, and the place will be almost empty. Just me and a couple of stockers and a bored cashier. The hum of the refrigerated aisles merges with the clack of plastic wheels from a stocking cart somewhere down the row. The squeak of a pallet jack. The faint, hollow echo of something heavy being dragged a few feet and then dropped. For a second, if I'm not careful, it all blends into a sound I know too well, the scrape of a plastic cooler being pulled across cheap tile. The wet little squeak when blood on its bottom catches and releases. You probably hear sounds like that all the time and never think twice. Maybe you're one of those people who fall asleep to crime podcasts or horror channels. You hear phrases like cleanup crew and disposal and operations, and you picture guys in balaclavas in some other country, some other city, some thin layer of fiction between you and them. It feels like TV, even when it isn't. What nobody really talks about are the people whose entire job is to erase the parts of the story the rest of us think of as the important bit. People like the man in the suit, the ones who don't do the killing, not directly. They show up afterward with bleach and bags and cameras. They take photographs of trunks. They send rocks through windows. They decide which pieces get left alone and which get turned into landfill. They are the ones who make sure that if someone like me calls 911 from a lonely gas station off exit 23 and says this man is covered in blood, nothing ever shows up on the news the next day. I looked. Believe me, I looked. For months after it happened, I ran search after search. Local, state, national. Found body near highway. Unidentified male discovered. Trunk, cooler, anything even close. Nothing. No missing person that matched the man in the hoodie. No disturbing discovery in a car trunk within 100 miles of my little town. You can tell yourself that means maybe everything worked out. Maybe the victim got away. Maybe there was no victim. Maybe the blood on his hoodie was pig's blood or paint or some sick prank I misread. Or you can be honest and recognize what it more likely means. Either nobody ever found the body, or someone very effective made sure nobody ever heard about it. Or worse, the body was never meant to be found at all. It was always destined to go from cooler to trunk, to duct tape, to the bottom of something you drive past without thinking. Whatever the case, the only place that night exists anymore is in the police file they marked inactive and in the inside of my skull. And now in your ears. Because this is the part where I stop pretending I'm just journaling. You're listening to this somewhere. Maybe you're in your car alone on some 2-lane road with nothing but cornfields or forest outside your windows. Phone hooked up to the stereo, this guy's voice, my voice talking, while the white lines flash under your headlights. Your own engine hums underneath every word. Maybe you're in your kitchen, light over the sink, the only thing on phone propped against a coffee mug while you rinse dishes. The dishwasher thunks and swishes in the background. The fridge kicks on something in the pipes, knocks occasionally. Maybe you're in bed, one earbud in one side of your face pressed into the pillow. Your room is dark, except for the tiny rectangle of light from your screen. The AC breathes in and out. Someone else in the apartment above you moves their footsteps translated into creaks in your ceiling. You hear these sounds every day. They mean home to you. Normal. Boring. That's the part that scares me the most about all of this. Not that I crossed paths with a killer. Not that I got on the radar of whatever group sends men in suits to ask questions without ever showing a badge. Not that I held someone's bone in my hands and then threw it away into the dark. What scares me most is how absolutely ordinary it all felt when it started. It was just a job I hated. Just a gas station off a forgettable exit. Just a late shift. Just a cooler. Just a guy in a hoodie buying bleach and trash bags. Just another night where the only thing keeping me awake was the hum of lights and the occasional ding of a door chime. If you work nights, if you pump gas stock shelves, drive long haul, run a register, clean offices, you've probably crossed paths with people like him, like them. You probably held a door open for someone who had blood under their fingernails and didn't see it because you were too busy worrying about your next shift. You probably stood behind someone in line who had a trunk full of black plastic bags cooling under sodium lamps outside. You probably filled up 2 pumps down from a silver SUV whose driver had just come from or was on their way to something you will never hear about. The only difference between you and me might be that you didn't dial 911 at the wrong moment. You didn't make yourself visible on the wrong screen. You didn't become a piece they had to make a decision about. Right now, in this current apartment, the one in the other state, in the other city, my laptop is the only bright thing in the room. The soft hum of my fridge is still there, steady and familiar. The neighbor's TV has finally gone quiet. Either they fell asleep or the show ended. Air hisses through the vents in a thin, constant whisper. Somewhere down the hall, an elevator door opens and closes with a muted hydraulic sigh. As I type this, I hear something new. A single faint ding, like a door chime, far away but clear. It could be from the lobby downstairs or from the little all-night convenience store on the corner, if I left the window cracked more than I remember. Just one polite tone announcing that somebody somewhere in this building just came in from the dark. I freeze, fingers hovering above the keys. My pulse spikes. My ears strain, reaching out past the walls, trying to catch the next sound, heavy footsteps in the hallway, a cooler scraping across concrete, the low murmur of a voice that should not be here at this hour. Nothing comes. After a while, the fridge hums louder to fill the silence. The vent sighs. A car passes outside its tires, whispering over wet pavement. I tell myself it was just somebody getting a snack at 3 a.m, the same way I told myself that night that the red on his hoodie might be paint. You only ever realize what you were really looking at when it's way too late to unsee it.